232. 233. Former Minister of Industry in Venezuela rightly observed, by the end of the 1990s, Washington may encounter some surprises to the south. Latin America, which has spent the last 10 years demolishing the state, will spend the next 10 rebuilding it. He was absolutely right. Conclusion. In the last 50 years Latin American social thought had passed from statelessness to statelessness. The neglect of the state that modernization theories exhibited in the 1950s and early 1960s was to be matched in the last decades of the 20th century by a similar disregard expressed by theories of globalization. It does not take a genius to anticipate that such neglect will not help to strengthen our intellectual capacities to understand what is going on in the world today, and much less to provide a safe guide for action to the groups and organizations interested in building a new, more humane, and fair, social order. An urgent reorientation is needed to meet the challenges of our time. This reorientation does not mean to assume a naive statist conception that would ignore the formidable challenges affecting national sovereignty in the periphery, the complexity of modern capitalism, the vitality of markets and other types of institutions, and the growing importance of civil society. The progress made by the new theories in the 1960s and part of the 1970s provides a good launching pad for this kind of program. But being a necessary starting point, they are not sufficient to cope with the new challenges and contradictions facing the states in our time. Nor will they be able to provide accurate tools to recognize the changing morphology of the state apparatuses, the attack of global market forces against national sovereignty, or the new instruments of state intervention in all aspects of social life. We are, therefore, at the beginning of a great intellectual and practical enterprise, and only time will tell if we succeed or not. 11. The National Question and the Autonomy of the State in Bolivia. Lord Joe Orellana Ayllón. The popular uprising of October 2003, against a multinational gas project, created the opportunity for a revolutionary situation in Bolivia. The formation of organs of popular power, based on neighborhood associations in El Alto and Aymara peasant unions from the highlands in La Paz, opened the way to a duality of power. The struggles of peasants and impoverished urban workers against multinational petroleum firms and the neoliberal government of Gonzalo Sánchez de Lozada were inspired by perspectives of a democratic and nationalist character. Their slogans included, for example, the defense of Bolivian gas, the nationalization and industrialization of hydrocarbons, and the establishment of a constituent national assembly to reverse indigenous exclusion. The coming to office of the MAS, led by Evo Morales, in January 2006, signaled the end of the revolutionary situation. This meant an end to political struggles against the state and multinational companies, even though the fundamentals of neoliberal politics had not been transformed. The preservation of macroeconomic stability through restrictive monetary controls, seeking a low inflation rate, and the independence of the central bank, were dogmas of previous governments which became part of the ideology and political practices of the current administration. In turn, the so-called nationalization of hydrocarbons continues to cede control over gas and petroleum to MNCs for a period of 30 years. Soon after the resolution of the contradictions between MNCs and the MAS government, there emerged a new front in the East, in the form of civic committees and department governments, both led by the local bourgeoisie opposed to the central government. 235. 235. 236. Central government and opposition quarreled over the distribution of benefits generated from the tax on hydrocarbon production, as well as the control of the state apparatus. Paraphrasing Mao Zedong, the Morales government resolved an external contradiction to confront an internal contradiction. This chapter seeks to explain the specific nature of the political situation that emerged with the Morales government, as well as its relation to the revolutionary situation of October 2003. The key question is this: why has the MAS government stabilized conflicts between the state, MNCs, and the subaltern classes, notwithstanding the preservation of neoliberal politics and imperialist control over raw materials. The origins of the national question in Bolivia. What was typical of the era of bourgeois democratic revolutions, affirms Lenin, was the rise of national movements and the incorporation of peasants to fight for political freedom in general and the rights of the nation in particular. National movements arose together with the struggles for freedom and equality of human beings before the law. They opposed the old regime and advocated changes of a bourgeois democratic nature. The emergence of nationalism was related to the requirements of capitalism in conquering the internal market. The political perspective of nationalism was defined by the interest of the national bourgeoisie in a process of expansion. For a complete victory of mercantile production, it is necessary that the bourgeoisie conquers the internal market, and it is necessary that territories with people of a single language acquire state cohesion. When the form of the national state over populations and territories was consolidated in Western Europe, the era of bourgeois democratic national movements came to an end. But in the East, the national question emerged in a different way, because of the specific modality of capitalist development there. The main communication routes of Russian commerce, wrote Trotsky, led to the exterior, thereby assuring finance capital, since ages ago, the controlling position and giving all operations a semi-colonial character, in which the Russian trader was reduced to an intermediary role between Western cities and the Russian village. 236-237. The commitments of the comprador bourgeoisie to international finance capital and Tsarism made improbable its conversion into a leader in the struggle for political independence and national self-determination. In contrast to what transpired in the West, in the East the bourgeoisie was one of the greatest impediments to democratic transformation, as popular aspirations and struggles for independence and political equality found themselves in conflict with this class. Paradoxically, national movements of a bourgeois democratic nature were in contradiction with the bourgeoisie itself. The complex configuration of the national question in Bolivia approximates the modalities that the classics attributed to the East. Given the relations of servitude, which were the greatest obstacle to the development of the productive forces, the shortest path to capitalist development was through commercial intermediation in the world market and exploitation of raw materials. It was neither the internal market that formed the basis of capitalist expansion, nor a revolutionary national bourgeoisie, but the relationship of the comprador class to international finance capital. The emergence of new economic, social, and political realities, tied to capitalist expropriation, enabled the revival of archaic forms of stratification, not their cancellation. The portrait that Almaraz presents of the old oligarchic power structure is illustrative in this sense. Arce and Pacheco and the miners of 1870 was almost feudal. They pass from the mine directly to the government, the boundaries are imprecise, they juxtapose and confuse. Power was exercised directly from the miner to the governor, from the oligarch to the president, without intermediate structures. The class and ethnic monopoly of office, that is, the status-based form of power, was one of the characteristics of the old oligarchic society, within a socio-economic structure where the appropriation of the surplus assumed specific political forms. Payment of tribute to the state by the immense native majority predominated, together with a pattern of accumulation based on the exploitation and the export of raw materials. The crystallization of a stratus-based political power was intimately related to the enclaves of production and exploitation of raw materials, surrounded by feudal relations of production. National movements emerged from the inherent contradictions of this social structure. In the words of Agustin Cueva, 237. 238. The appearance of a proletarian character in the struggles of workers only happens in the post-oligarchic phase, that is, when the structural matrix itself was evolving into a class structure increasingly capitalist in its direction. Before, even the sectors that were strictly proletarian found themselves immersed in a very particular context, characterized by placing the opposition oligarchy/people in the forefront that constituted, so to speak, the location of the confluence of the distinct democratic struggles. The era of national movements in Bolivia spans the epoch of the old oligarchic society, when the pattern of accumulation based on the exploitation and export of raw materials predominated, and where the state governed through the forms, practices, habits, and values of status-based social relations. This was a pre-democratic society, politically and juridically unequal. The structural character of this social order allows us to understand the intrinsic dynamics of the class struggles of this period, and more fundamentally, the democratic orientation of the popular movements. According to René Zavaleta, it is with the National Revolution of 1952 that the state conquered its relative autonomy. Ever was the Bolivian state so universal in this territory and over this population. Until then, the power had been controlled without intermediate structures by the mining oligarchy and landlords. The armed uprising by workers and the peasant occupations of latifundios expropriated the dominant classes, to impose a nationalization of the mines and agrarian reform. However, the scarce surplus generated in a society in which labor of low productivity prevailed led to the restoration of the financial links with imperialism, making difficult the development of the internal market and industry. Thus, the path for the development of a modern capitalist hegemony was obstructed. The nucleus of 1952 shows an important degree of political self-determination in a very backward scenario, even though it is certain that the self-impulsion gave way almost immediately to the coercion of the external conditions. Needless to say, the agrarian reform of 1953 did not resolve the agrarian question, or the oppression of the native nationalities, but it did modify its terms. Land distribution gave way to a large mass of small proprietors and the proliferation of the minifundio in the Altiplano and the valleys. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the country, there appeared new junkers, who benefited from the 238-239 land donations undertaken by the military governments during the period of oligarchic restoration which began in the 1960s. The broad relative autonomy of the state that was conquered by the revolution would be progressively restricted, first, through the credit plans promoted by U.S. imperialism and, then, by the military regimes that, with a few constitutional lapses, extended from 1964 to 1982. The restriction of the relative autonomy of the state took place in a context of repression against working class movements and the left intelligentsia, and with the support of peasants, the so-called military peasant deal. In a balance of power unfavorable to the subaltern classes, the oligarchization of the political power implied the reinstatement of class and ethnic monopoly over state positions. From 1985 onwards, the new constitutional governments did not change the power structure established under the previous dictatorships, but on the contrary, they strengthened it. The emerging political parties, now legitimate by national elections, represented the interests of the new oligarchy, formed during the dictatorships. For its part, the military abandoned political office and returned to the barracks to become the guarantors of the democratic regime, that is, the new power structure constituted during the dictatorships. In this restricted system of political parties, which political scientists call moderate pluralism, the elections paradoxically enabled the reproduction of the class and ethnic monopoly of office. The deepening of the neoliberal reforms since 1986, inaugurated during the military regimes, promoted the conditions for new alliances between the new oligarchy and MNCs, within a relation of forces unfavorable to subaltern classes. It is clear that the implementation of neoliberalism in Bolivia since 1986 was the culmination of the oligarchic restoration initiated by military regimes since the mid-1960s. From the perspective of the longue durée, the revolutionary situation of October 2003 should be seen as the continuation of the national revolution of 1952. Neoliberalism updated the contradictions immanent in the old oligarchic system, which led to a new eruption. The national question under neoliberalism. The theoretical problem that frames the struggle of national movements for political equality and political independence in 239. 240. Bolivia, self-determination, concerns the relative autonomy of the state from the dominant classes. This relative autonomy of the modern bourgeois state, in contrast to previous status-based societies characterized by a class monopoly over political office, consists in the apparent separation of the state from civil society. By fighting for self-determination, political independence and formal equality, bourgeois democratic movements fight for state autonomy, under specific conditions. The subjection of the Bolivian economic space to North American imperialism, through the exploitation and export of raw materials during the neoliberal era, exacerbated the contradiction between the formal autonomy of the capitalist state and its real subjection to the world economy. This escalated the contradiction between the functions of accumulation and legitimization of the capitalist state, that is, between policies that promoted the expansion of multinational capital in Bolivia and the nationalist ideology which justified the supremacy of a specific alliance of classes. In this context, democratic and national movements struggled to achieve self-determination, political sovereignty, and formal equality vis-a-vis imperialism and a local oligarchy which controlled state positions, public policies, and natural resources. The Indigenous Peasant Party, the MAS, led these claims, but also brought to a close the revolutionary conjuncture upon its ascent to power in January 2006, via popular elections. The basic difference between this government and previous ones, which explains the stabilization of internal and external conflicts, is that the Morales government has augmented the relative autonomy of the state with respect to the dominant classes. This has contributed to overcoming the conflicts between accumulation and legitimization, that is, the struggles between the state authorities, the owners of MNCs and the subaltern classes. Conditions of the oligarchic society under neoliberalism. The uneven and combined development of capitalism, accompanied by the destruction of the productive forces, is the general condition of the historic regression that has led to the current configuration of social forces in Bolivia. Uneven development is visible through the export of metropolitan capital to Bolivia. In the beginning of the 1990s, 22.44% of foreign direct investment was oriented towards hydrocarbons, 66.26% to minerals, 10.71% to industry, and 0.54% 241 cent to services. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the millennium, 59.23% of FDI was directed to hydrocarbons, 20% to the commercial and service sectors, 11% to manufacturing, and 3.6% to mining. U.S. firms are the main investors in Bolivia. In 1996 to 2003, the composition of FDI included the United States with 34%, Europe with 33%, and South America with 25%. The dominance of U.S. capital has been particularly strong in the hydrocarbon sector. For example, during the period 1996 to 2003, 43% of U.S. direct investments went to the hydrocarbon sector, more than double that of Argentine investments, whose participation in the sector represents 21%. The climax of these investments was in 1996 to 97, during the privatization of state-owned enterprises. At that time, U.S. investments came to represent 62 to 64% of total FDI during those 2 years, while Argentine investments represented 9% in 1996 and 29% in 1997. These percentages demonstrate one of the essential features of the social structure of capitalism in Bolivia, that is, the exploitation of the Bolivian economic space by U.S. imperialism through the control of raw materials. This is an essential characteristic of the oligarchic society, according to the definition of Cueva. The difference between the present and the past is that this domination is established through the hydrocarbon sector, while throughout nearly the whole of the 20th century, imperial economic dominance occurred through mining. The other feature is that multinational capital has expanded into the tertiary sector, while in the 1970s it had an important participation in industry. Both phenomena have modified the capitalist power structure in Bolivia. Historically, the reconfiguration of the power block has been linked to new demands by metropolitan capital, which partly explains regional conflicts. According to Evers, the rise and fall of domestic fractions of the bourgeoisie in countries of the periphery is related to new forms of imperialist penetration. The privatization of SOS during the second half of the 1990s corroborates this observation. Whereas in 1996, the Department of La Paz captured 25.8% of FDI and that of Santa Cruz, 31.8%, 2 years later, La Paz captured only 12.69% and Santa Cruz, 53.78%. Since 2002, there has been a regional shift in foreign investment and consequently in private interests, local and foreign. 241. 242. 41.13% of foreign investments were directed to Tarija, 33.92% to Santa Cruz and 11.17% to La Paz. These material processes have led to the historic decline of La Paz as the dominating center of capitalists in Bolivia, allowing the rise of Santa Cruz as a regional competitor for capitalist hegemony. This is one of the principal socio-economic conditions of the regionalist movement, termed Half Moon, which in the post-insurrection period of October 2003 threatened to separate the eastern part of the country, and which today is the principal force of opposition to the MAS government. The regional conflict, therefore, has one of its roots in the dynamics of unequal development. Another enabling condition for the current configuration of forces is the destruction of the forces of production. The neoliberal reinforcement of the pattern of accumulation based on the production and export of raw materials has disarticulated industrial activities and has led to the revival of pre-capitalist forms of production. To illustrate this, we may look at the example of El Alto, the city which became the epicenter of the October 2003 uprisings. In 2003, the Census of Economic Enterprises conducted by the Chamber of Industries of La Paz indicated that, of a total of 5,045 enterprises in El Alto, 4,571 were micro-industries, that is, economic units with less than 5 workers. Furthermore, 390 units were small-scale companies, 50 were medium-scale, and only 34 enterprises were large companies with more than 50 workers. In 2003, in the town of El Alto, 90% of economic units involved labor processes of a craft character. This reality contrasts with the high concentrations of workers which dominated in the manufacturing sector until the mid-1980s. The case of El Alto is similar to the reproduction of small peasant and craft enterprises in other regions of the country, which have all resulted from a dynamic process of economic regression in the social structure. The neoliberal reinforcement of the pattern of accumulation based on the production and export of raw materials has modified the composition of social classes, the character of the social forces, and the configuration of political power in Bolivia. The oligarchic state. The nucleus of the new power structure, consolidated in August 1985, came to be organized around the two most important political parties of the neoliberal era, the Nationalist Revolutionary Movement and Nationalist Democratic Action. The 242-243 interests of the mining bourgeoisie, the agro-industrial bourgeoisie in the East and the financial and commercial bourgeoisies were represented by these political parties. Between the end of the 1970s and the beginning of the 1980s, the mining fraction of the bourgeoisie was the dominant one, evident not only in its economic power or the presence of its representatives in state offices, but principally in its influence in the definition of economic policies. In the words of Contreras and Pacheco, without a doubt, the South Dakota 21060, whose formulation counted on the participation of members of the ANMM and whose principal agent and advocate is a prominent member of medium-scale miners, Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada, drew up many of the proposals implemented by medium-scale miners in 1981. Therefore, it can be argued that the greatest achievement of the ANMM, and of the medium-scale miners in general, was to contribute to the change of the model currently in force and to implement the South Dakota 21060. The fall in mineral prices in the international market in the 1980s also provoked the decline of mining activity in Bolivia and the modification of the upper stratum of capitalist rule. The decline of mining capital contrasts with the rise of commercial agriculture and agro-industry in the east of the country in the 1990s, devoted to the production of derivatives and the commercialization of soybeans. Today, it is in this region that the principal financial, commercial, and service activities are located, as well as the headquarters of the multinational oil and gas firms. Paraphrasing Cueva, this is the new setting of the alliances between the local capitalist landlords, the comprador bourgeoisie, and monopoly capital in extractive activities, the power block that constitutes the primordial class base of the oligarchic state. The richest men in the country have been ministers or presidents of the republic, in one or another of the 6 successive governments that ruled from 1985 until 2003. They came from the banks, mining, agro-industry, and commerce, and, in alliance with international monopoly capital, ruled for nearly 2 decades prior to the insurrection of October 2003. 243. 244. Locally, private businessmen pushed for neoliberal reforms in Bolivia, together with a new bureaucratic technocracy, trained in the tradition of neoclassical economics in prestigious North American universities, or in consultancies with international financial institutions. They have constituted the fractions and intellectual leaders that, given their class interests and cultural values, have articulated with international finance capital, with multinational firms and the international credit agencies. The relatively restricted access to high positions in the state, monopolized by a small group of privileged families, related by innumerable economic, social, and cultural ties, confirms the observation by Fernandez that the type of capitalist development that unfolded in countries like Bolivia revived status-based relations, such as those that characterize the monopoly of office. The higher posts of the state were largely occupied by businessmen, descendants from the old landlord classes, linked together by family relations and racial identities that until today continue to establish the criteria of differentiation and cultural and social reproduction of each dominant group in Bolivia. The perennial character of the oligarchic ideology, a caste so mysteriously alien from its own place, nourishes itself by the innumerable relations that the bourgeois has forged through its constant links with international finance capital. Their concept of the world and their values, that is, the basic ideology of the men of neoliberalism, has been forged through the experience defined by their own way of life and practices. I was bred in it, I have lived in it, I could not conceive of another alternative, because I saw the successes of the open economy, around the world, said an ex-minister of hydrocarbons of the Sanchez de Lozada government. In interview 3, his political and cultural horizon is circumscribed by his own class conditions, in general, and those of his class fraction, in particular, overlaid by international finance capital whose range of operation is precisely the world. Working as an employee of an MNC, the ex-minister has traveled so much that there is not a single country in the world that he has not known. From his perspective, something like the National Question would be a simple anachronism. I am not precisely a Bolivian militant, said another interviewee, the ex-secretary of the presidency in the last government of Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada and a descendant of the old Benayan oligarchy. For his higher education was obtained in a prestigious Spanish university, he recounted that, from his early childhood, it was a question of 244-245. Common sense in his family that he would undertake his higher education abroad. Like the rest of the neoliberal leaders of bourgeois extraction interviewed, this interlocutor undertook large part of his studies and spent much of his life overseas, a fact that permeated his values and his own view of the world. At the lunch table, the lady of the house spoke to her daughter in French. The little one attended a French school in La Paz. French culture was truly appreciated in this home. On the walls of the house there were cutouts of magazines that related the death of the French painter Toulouse-Lautrec. As in Zavaleta's characterization of oligarchic ideology, xenophilia appeared over and over again in our interviews and ethnographic annotations, when we studied the dominant social categories. It is understandable that a relation of international domination, such as imperialism, would be seen as natural by someone who has worked for the larger part of his life in multinational firms, or as a consultant of international credit agencies, who has been raised in an open economy and has seen its successes in other countries. Ideologically, this is the most adequate agent for the implementation of economic policies favorable to the established structure of power. Not only will he promote these policies, convinced that such policies will bring success to his country, he will also defend them. His convictions reveal the hegemonic radius of U.S. imperialism, realized in practice in the neoliberal period. Fiscal policy is an adequate variable to verify the ideological power to which we refer. According to official data, between 1980 and 1986, sales of goods and services by SOEs constituted 77.1% of state revenues. After the privatization of SOEs in 1998 to 2002, the contribution of privatized enterprises did not reach 5% of the income of the national treasury. The drastic reduction of state income conduced to a higher dependence by the state on international credit. Thus, based on its analysis of the proposed general budget for 2002, SIDLA concludes. Annually, from expenditures to the PGB, the state obtains more than $1,100 equivalent to almost 40% of the total income. These resources will finance the greater part of public investment and part of the expenses for public administration, and are constituted 60% of external debt, 25% by internal debt and the remaining 15% by donations. 245. 246. In the higher levels of political power, the justification for reducing the taxation of multinational firms was to offer attractive conditions to foreign investors in a country that fell outside the international financial circuit, that is, despite the fact that the state would remain without enough resources to guarantee its normal functions. They reasoned as businessmen instead of as state authorities. What helps to explain the crisis of 2003 in Bolivia is the restriction of the relative autonomy of the state with respect to the dominant classes. The invasion of capitalist rationality into state institutions ruptured the functional logic of the same institutions, their specificity as organs that guarantee political domination and promote the obedience of subaltern classes, that is, produce legitimacy. The ideology of national movements in Bolivia. The contradiction between the functions of accumulation and legitimation in the oligarchic state is evident in the motives that inspired the Aymara peasant critique of neoliberal economic practices. The moral that guides these perspectives emanates from very concrete material processes and practices, which are apparent, for example, in the following statement by Rufo Calle, current Executive Secretary of the Trade Union Confederation of Peasant Workers of Bolivia. At the moment, for example, they want to sell gas to Chile, but Chile has cheated us. How many kilometers of territory did they steal? Where is our coast? And now the government is sending the gas there. First, we must have gas ourselves. This gas is ours, it is in our territory. They are selling it to Chile and the Chileans are enjoying it. Moreover, the gas will run out. When it runs out, we will have to buy it. The government has secured the external market, but has not yet secured the internal market. Cocoanca wants to negotiate with Chile, Evo Morales says, and Carlos Villegas says we will buy gas out there, if it suddenly ends. It is as if they have already sold it. They have secured the external market and they have forgotten their home. This is to say, I sell my gas outside and forget of my own family. Now I will have to buy from them. This is what is happening now. They will have to buy. They do not have national patriotic sentiment. First, we should be the citizens here, the people. But such a policy does not exist anymore. Everything is for outside, outside. For the 246-247 Bolivians, nothing is left. They all think towards the outside today. There is an outside market, therefore everything goes out. Even the clothes that we use are foreign, and we do not promote the alpaca, the vicuna. There is no policy with a patriotic sentiment of production for the country. 5. To be patriotic, says the Aymara peasant leader, is to think of the internal market. To be unpatriotic is to think of the outside. The national question in Bolivia is also the result of material and social experiences linked to the transformation generated by neoliberalism in production and the market, such as the economic opening towards external trade. Statements like that of Calle can be found in dozens among the leaders of the neighborhood associations of the city of El Alto, involved in artisan activities. In their own terms, they reiterate the same patriotic sentiments of production for the country, of which Calle speaks. Certainly, these socio-economic and ideological processes have updated the old caste conflicts of Bolivian society. The face of evil, according to Aymara revolutionaries, is not only the multinational companies and neoliberal policies, but also the white foreigners who governed the country since the times of Spanish colonization. According to this definition, the yeros are descendants of Spanish conquerors, or they came from the United States, like ex-President Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada, the Goni Gringo, who came to rob and become rich at the expense of the poor people of this country. On the contrary, the protesters claim their Bolivianity. The natives of this land would be the true Bolivians. All our interviewees of Aymara origin had Bolivian flags in their houses, or another similar patriotic symbol hanging on their walls. All denounce the history of the dismemberment of the territory by foreign forces, the history learned in schools and in military service. They also share the patriotic spirit that, in the event of an invasion, they would be prepared to die for their country. In contrast to the presidential secretary of Sanchez de Lozada, Aymara revolutionaries would define themselves as Bolivian militants. In Bolivia, nationality has a racial meaning. The foreign yeros are seen as white or blonde. On the contrary, protesters see themselves as blacks or browns, are the blacks. They have marginalized us because we are little blacks and little browns, because of our color. We support Evo because he is from our 247. 248. Class, he is one of us, he is not disguised. He comes from Marinica. 6. These national and racial perceptions are deeply rooted in the social practice of class domination. First, these are the perceptions of peasants, craftsmen, and small traders with regard to an oligarchic government. Second, these social classes do not see themselves and their opponents only in terms of race or nationality, but also in terms of social condition. Last but not least, nearly all of our interviewees were descendants of fathers and uncles that were servants in the farms in the period prior to the Revolution of 1952. The experience of exploitation and servitude has been transmitted through oral traditions to the current generation of peasants and craftsmen. The image of the opponent against whom peasants and craftsmen struggle in their direct action is that of the rich, the new lords, the oligarchy, the landlords, and the MNC owners. This collective representation invokes the old image of the landlord of the haciendas, renewed in the current context to assign the category of the new lords to the social actors that today occupy the higher positions in the economic and political sphere. Thus, in our interviews, transnational firms are referred to as the new lords and the politicians are identified as landlords and members of the oligarchy. This is how class meanings and class consciousness come to be in the Bolivian national question. The praxis of the old regime in Bolivia. For Ernest Gellner, the violation of the nationalist principle assumes a very specific, and highly sensitive, form, the governing of a political unit by a people who belong to a nation distinct from that of the governed. For the nationalists, this constitutes a political practice that is absolutely intolerable. Certainly, the higher echelons of the leadership during the neoliberal period were born in Bolivia. Nonetheless, not only do their customs, habits, preferences, ways of life, and appearance resemble more the lifestyles predominant in countries of the North, but also, and this is fundamental, the subaltern classes of society regard them as foreigners. The nationalist ideology of recent years considers the prior, neoliberal rulers as foreigners, yeros. Following Gellner, nationalism is an ideology which requires that, in a given state, ethnic boundaries do not separate the rulers from the ruled. The struggle for the correspondence between culture and political community is the nationalist struggle properly. 248-249. Understood. This is an assertion compatible with Lenin's theoretical conception of self-determination. The aim of Aymara peasants and craftsmen to build their own Bolivian state characterizes the unsolved national question in Bolivia. The struggle of the national movement for equality emerges from a non-democratic state that promotes political inequality and cultural discrimination. The educational system, the essential condition of the nationalist phenomenon according to Gellner, illustrates this well. In Bolivia, the educational system is divided between private education, where the descendants of the privileged classes, the upper middle classes and some of the middle classes are trained, and public education which is for children and youth from disadvantaged families. What is peculiar is that, since the revolution of 1952, the state has disseminated a nationalist and patriotic ideal through public education, as well as military service. Over decades, the state has promoted the loyalty of the subaltern classes towards existing political institutions. Ideas such as serving the mother country and defending it from foreign invasion that were introduced either by the regimented system of compulsory military service, or by an educational system that enforced the castellanization and Bolivianization of indigenous children and youth through severe physical and psychological punishments, were all meant to instill obedience and create an abstract sense of Bolivianity among indigenous people, which at the same time expected them to forget their ethnic condition. And this system had real consequences. The social sectors which harbor the most fervent patriotic sentiments as well as hatred of the foreign invader, are precisely those of the subaltern classes. For them, compulsory military service is a question of personal dignity. On the contrary, for the youth of the middle classes, the bourgeoisie, or the higher echelons of the state, military service is a waste of time. They simply buy out their military service certificate. The experience of compulsory military service indicates a perpetuation of the praxis of the old regime, rights for certain privileged groups and obligations for the underprivileged. According to an opinion survey conducted in 1995, 78% of the members of parliament admitted to not having undergone military service. Such data reveal not only the monopolization of state offices by certain social groups, but also their exemption from certain obligations, such as military service. 249. 250. Although formal inequalities persisted between different social groups, national ideology promoted obedience among subaltern classes vis-a-vis state institutions. The historic turning point was when the power bloc abandoned nationalism to become spokespersons for globalization. The abandonment of national ideology by the bourgeoisie and the political leaders raised the possibility of a plebeian redefinition of national ideology from an ethnic and class perspective. The Morales government and the state. The relative stability of the contradictions between the state, MNCs, and the subaltern classes during the current government of Moss may be explained by the actions of this new government with regard to the conditions indicated above. First, the rise of Moss to government has entailed the recomposition of the social character of the members of the legislative and executive branches. While the previous neoliberal rulers were the representatives of MNCs, the native oligarchy and international credit agencies, the new leaders come from trade unions, popular associations, and peasant communities, together with middle-class elements among non-governmental organizations and the academic world, with which they are allied. The rise of the Moss government has meant the loss of the traditional class and ethnic monopoly over the highest state positions by the descendants of the old oligarchy and the landlords. This has modified the ethnic background of those occupying the commanding heights of the state. In Gellner's terms, ethnic boundaries no longer distinguish between the rulers and the ruled. The leaders of Moss identify themselves as representatives of the new power bloc that expresses the interests of those who, for centuries, were marginalized and excluded. Enthusiastic intellectuals assert the advent of an indigenous hegemony. In a society in which the immense majority sees itself as belonging to a native ethnic group, the indigenous government has ensured that the self-image of the people be incorporated into the ideology of the state itself. Thus, in a country like Bolivia, the government of Evo Morales is better able to present itself as the universal representative of the people and the spokesperson of the national community. At least it is more believable when Evo Morales 250-251 says so in an Aymara accent than when ex-President Sanchez de Lozada said it in an American accent. These social features present the possibility for the new leaders to seek to expand their own interests, prestige, and power, within the limits of the relative autonomy of the political sphere that they now occupy. In order to perpetuate themselves as a government, it is necessary to augment state resources in a way that will enable the government to increase its margins for maneuver. The data indicate a substantive increase in state revenues as a result of the changes in the law on hydrocarbons. While in 2000 the revenues obtained from the production of hydrocarbons reached $428 million, in 2006 they rose to nearly $1.5 billion. At the same time, the renegotiation on the external debt and the substantive increase in state revenues has reduced the dependence of the state on international credit for its current expenditures. If in 2003 the foreign debt reached $5.1 billion, in 2006 it dropped to $3.2 billion. The situation is distinct with respect to previous governments, in which even the salaries of the ministers were covered by international loans. This indicates the widening of the autonomous action of the state. The dispute between the MAS government and foreign firms regarding the pricing of hydrocarbons, as well as the pressure by the government to increase state revenues by taxing the sale of hydrocarbons, indicate a change in the classic attitude of the previous neoliberal governments, which maintained low tax rates on petroleum firms in an attempt to avoid scaring away foreign investors. Despite the importance of these changes, however, the MAS government does nothing other than quarrel over the recuperation of the normal functions of the capitalist state. The current government is managing to overcome temporarily the contradictions of the Bolivian state between the functions of legitimation and capitalist accumulation, that is, between the political form of the peripheral state and its real subjection to the world economy. This is the contradiction that stirred nationalist fervor against MNCs operating in Bolivia and led to the crisis of 2003. However, if the government of MAS has temporarily stabilized the above contradiction, it also means that it has recovered the legitimacy that allows it to promote the interests of MNCs in this periphery, something which the previous neoliberal governments 251, 252 were unable to sustain. The last neoliberal governments were overthrown precisely for their defense of policies favored by MNCs. Today, the MAS government can continue with those policies without risking a confrontation with the subaltern classes. Certainly, the contracts for the exportation of gas to Argentina have increased the selling price of hydrocarbons considerably, as well as the projected state revenues. It is the oil companies that will exploit the gas for the next 30 years. The increase in state resources is directly related to the access by foreign firms to new markets and to the export of gas to the exterior as raw material. The current service contracts establish that the greater the investments in the export of gas, the greater will be company profits. According to the Ministry of National Development Planning, the government has projected the net increase of FDI from 0.8% of gross domestic product in 2006 to 8.65% in 2011. The export of gas has also been expected to rise from $984 million in 2005 to $2.4 billion in 2011, and that of minerals from $540 million in 2005 to $1.7 billion in 2011. We may conclude that Bolivia's economic growth will be driven by the production and export of raw materials during the next years, under the control of multinational oil companies. The recovery of the autonomy of the capitalist state is functional to the capitalist expansion of Bolivia's oil and gas sector. While in the recent past, multinational oil firms were seen as the enemies of the Bolivians, today they have become their associates. The Morales government has legitimized the presence of multinational oil companies. Thus, the MOS government has temporarily stabilized the contradiction between the functions of accumulation and legitimation of the capitalist state. 12. Kirchner's Argentina, in search of a new international presence. Javier A. Vadel. The Argentine crisis of 2001 and the collapse of the neoliberal model. The Argentine economic crisis and the resulting socio-political fallout in December 2001 were paradigms for the region. This crisis signaled a break in relations between international financial institutions, especially the International Monetary Fund and developing nations. Argentina, which during the 1990s had been an example of correct economic policies as stipulated by the Washington Consensus, entered into its worst economic crisis since the 1930s. The IFIs that had backed the structural adjustment programs and indiscriminate liberalization were now to blame for the crisis and the political fallout to come, as the loans they had extended were contingent upon the continuity of currency convertibility and further structural adjustments. The exogenous causes of the socio-political crisis of the young Argentine democracy can be traced back to the crisis of global capitalism in the second half of the 1990s, whose greatest impact was felt in Mexico, Thailand, Indonesia, South Korea, Russia, and Turkey. This series of events put the neoliberal model to the test in various developing nations. In the case of Argentina specifically, the new crisis tested the experimental exchange rate policy, conceived in the 1991 Law of Monetary Convertibility, under the government of Carlos Menem and his finance minister Domingo Cavallo, which stipulated by law a fixed value between the US dollar and the Argentine peso. In January 2002, an emergency economic plan put an end to the convertibility law. This chapter will examine Argentina's foreign policy during the 4 years of the government of Nestor Kirchner by analyzing internal factors, specifically the troubled economic policy the government inherited, as well as external and structural factors. 255. 255. 256. Arising from Argentina's position in the global political economy. The chapter begins with the premise that 2001 marked a break between Argentina and the international system, brought about by 5 political and economic factors. The first factor that ushered in this moment of rupture, and had drastic implications on international security and on the global economy, was the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the United States and the resulting war on terror declared by the administration of G.W. Bush. The second factor was the crisis of the neoliberal model of development promoted by IFIs and the United States. The Argentine crisis of 2001 was a paradigmatic case at this juncture. The third factor has to do with the changes experienced in international finance and commerce consequent upon the rise of commodity prices, from the end of 2002, which benefited commodity exporting countries. During this time, the US-backed policy of low interest rates and the extreme liquidity of international capital created a favorable environment for the entry of capital into emerging nations. The fourth factor was China's active commercial penetration and expansion into the South American market, which further stimulated the price of primary commodities, including cereals, minerals, and oil. The fifth and final factor was the push toward regionalism in relation to both economic and security issues, a phenomenon that flourished after the Cold War, and especially after September 11, principally in the regions that were not implicated in the US-led war on terror. This phenomenon implied greater roles for both regional powers, such as Brazil, and mid-sized countries within certain regions, such as Argentina. These factors strongly shaped the 4 years of Kirchner's Peronist-style government. Kirchner widened Argentina's margins of political maneuvering, allowing for a greater possibility to bring about more active and interventionist economic policies, as well as a more aggressive foreign policy to confront private creditors and the IFIs, especially the IMF. We should add that a series of changes has taken place in the politics of the region. In fact, several center-left governments have challenged some of the pillars of neoliberal economic policies. The consolidation of Hugo Chávez's leadership in both Venezuela and the region, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva's re-election in Brazil, and the election victories of Evo Morales in Bolivia, Tabaré Vázquez in Uruguay, Rafael Correa in Ecuador. 256. Kirchner's Argentina 257. And Cristina Fernández de Kirchner in Argentina, all highlight the critical and revisionist attitude that has been sweeping the continent at the turn of the century. Argentina's carnal relationship with neoliberalism. Carlos Menem, leader of the Peronist Party, was elected president of Argentina in 1989, in the midst of a heated socio-political crisis and in an international context marked by the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the end of Cold War. Optimistic intellectuals, such as Francis Fukuyama, heralded the coming of a world order in which the principles of liberal democracy and free market economics would spread across the entire planet. The centers of power, namely the United States, large banks, transnational corporations, and the IFIs, touted economic liberalism as the solution to all the evils and vices of developing countries, but also the countries of the former Soviet bloc. These centers of power articulated themselves, with much success, through the ideological platform that came to be known as the Washington Consensus. Confronted with such transformations within the international system, the Peronist government of Carlos Menem propped itself up on the two pillars that had sustained Argentine foreign policy, itself defined essentially in terms of economic policy. The first pillar was the policy of pragmatic acquiescence, which maintained a preferential relationship with the victorious power of the Cold War. Carlos Escude, an analyst and former aide in the Menem government, described the ideological foundation to this political position as peripheral realism. According to this school, by recognizing the hegemony of the United States, Argentina would have to maintain a posture of automatic alignment, with the objective of obtaining certain benefits that it otherwise would fail to obtain. It would be a realistic acceptance of North American leadership in global political and economic issues. From this ideological directive, the Menem government made several key decisions that signified a change in direction from the recent past. Fundamental to the redefinition of Argentine foreign policy was the re-establishment of diplomatic relations with the United Kingdom, severed since the Malvinas War in 1982, which the government considered as an essential condition for the establishment of a new relationship with the United States. This policy of pragmatic acquiescence was consolidated in the 257, 258 Menem government and remained the norm during the subsequent Fernando de la Rúa government. It prioritized, on the one hand, a strategic relationship with the United States as a naive way to incorporate the country into the First World, and, on the other hand, a relationship with Brazil as the country's privileged trading partner. This partnership materialized in the regional integration project of the Mercosur, created in 1991 under the banner of open regionalism. In this way, from 1989 to 2001, the Argentine government carried out initiatives that brought it ideologically and politically closer to the United States. The main examples of Argentina's new foreign policy included, participation in the 1991 Gulf War, in which the country sent 2 warships, a change of opinion toward the US-supported investigations into human rights abuses in Cuba, to its exit from the non-aligned movement in 1991, the deactivation of its Condor II missile program, and the shifting of the country's voting profile in the UN General Assembly by aligning itself more closely with North American agendas. The second pillar of the Menem government was the almost unconditional acceptance of neoliberal economic ideology. Soon after taking power, Menem implemented one of the most audacious programs of neoliberal economic reforms. These reforms were based principally on 5 policies: the privatization of public firms, the opening up of Argentine markets, financial liberalization, the loosening of labor regulations, and a stabilization program based on a fixed exchange rate, put forth by then Finance Minister Domingo Cavallo, to curb inflation. This last policy received instrumental support from the Law of Convertibility of April 1991, which stipulated that, henceforth, 10,000 Australes would be worth 1 peso. This new Argentina currency would have, by law, a fixed 1-to-1 ratio to the US dollar. This system, which came to be known as the Currency Board, obligated the Argentine Central Bank to maintain US dollars on reserve in relation to the circulating peso. In other words, changing parity meant having to modify the law in Congress. The law enjoyed relative success, most notably in ending rampant inflation, a fact that gave hope to the middle and working classes, as well as foreign and national private investors who saw Argentina as an emerging economy, ripe with investment opportunities. 258. Kirchner's Argentina 259. However, the first problems arose in 1995. Argentina suffered the impacts of the Mexican economic crisis of December 2004, which provoked a rapid flight of capital and highlighted the fragility of an economic program based on a currency board and a plan of indiscriminately opening Argentine markets. The Menem government, with Cavallo and his successor, Roque Fernandez, did not modify the directives of Argentina's economic policy. By the end of 1998, the Argentine economy fell into a tailspin. The neoliberal recipe for a fixed exchange rate made the vicious cycle of rising deficits and loss of confidence unavoidable. Meanwhile, the global economic environment proved unfavorable, exacerbating the fragilities of the Argentine economic model. As Paul Haslam noted, the deterioration of commercial conditions for Argentine exports, the impact of the Russian economic crisis of August 1998, the devaluation of the Brazilian currency in January 1999, high interest rates, and the valorization of the convertible Argentine peso impeded economic growth and the ability of the government to balance the budget. The Argentine government had lost its ability to make economic policy by exposing itself to the volatility of global markets. The valorization of the peso, accompanied by a program of opening up Argentine markets for foreign investment, favored the import sector. Thus, the commercial balance of goods and services was in the red throughout nearly the entire period of convertibility. The brief period of La Alianza, the failed government. In December 1999, the Gobierno de la Alianza, led by President Fernando de la Rúa and Vice President Carlos Chacho Alvarez, assumed power after 10 years of Peronist rule. La Alianza was charged principally with the need to infuse transparency into the institutional life of the country, crushed by the corruption that public opinion had associated with the previous government. 3 factors prematurely hamstrung the de la Rúa government. The first was that La Alianza was always in the minority in the Senate, where Peronists had long enjoyed a large majority. Moreover, La Alianza had to govern a country with 17 out of 23 provinces held by the Peronist opposition, including the politically and economically most important provinces, Buenos Aires, Santa Fe, and Córdoba. The second factor had to do with the inability of the government to win consistent political alliances to support its agenda, hampered. 259. 260. By the lack of leadership and charisma coming from de la Rúa. The third factor was the political vacuum left by the resignation of Vice President Alvarez, who denounced corruption and bribery during the process of renegotiating labor laws in the Senate. In terms of foreign policy, La Alianza towed the same general lines as the Menem government. In analyzing the discourse of La Alianza, 2 fundamental points in foreign policy may be observed: the theme of regional integration, with emphasis on Mercosur, and a normative ethical position toward the international system. However, the economic conditions created by the neoliberal model and the international support of the United States limited La Alianza's foreign policy. Even a plan to obtain a buffer of approximately $40 billion to prepare the government to face new accords with the IMF and renegotiate the short-term debts with the private international banks failed due to Argentina's debilitated position. Relations with Brazil exceeded expectations in the first years of La Alianza, mainly due to the macroeconomic coordination accord signed during a Mercosur meeting in the Brazilian city of Florianópolis in December 2003. However, this bilateral agreement suffered a new setback with the return of Domingo Cavallo as finance minister in February 2001. Cavallo's top priority was a closer relationship with the United States, which involved warmer overtures toward the free trade agreement of the Americas and heavy support for a bilateral trade agreement with the United States. Notwithstanding the attempts at strengthening regional ties, the domestic economic situation proved to be the most delicate point for the Alianza government, which from the start had committed itself to maintaining convertibility and upholding the neoliberal model. What resulted from this decision was the application of recessionary and deflationary policies that proved very damaging for Argentina's middle and lower classes. It should be pointed out that beginning in 1999, when De la Rúa became president, Argentina found itself in deep economic recession. 2 years later, the results of the legislative election of October 2001 reflected the social discontent aimed at the country's politicians. Null and blank votes outnumbered valid votes during this election. For the end of the De la Rúa government and the beginning of Argentina's moratorium took place exactly 1 year after the IMF granted important financial support for the convertibility plan, now 260. Kirchner's Argentina 261. In its final phase. In August 2001, 4 months before the country's default, the IMF disbursed $8 million in a standby program loan. Just before the resignation of both Cavallo and De la Rúa in November 2001, an IMF mission visited Argentina and concluded that the country needed even more financial help. However, IMF authorities did not authorize the support, sparking a fatal catalyzing effect that rapidly turned the economic crisis into a political one. The bank run on November 30 accelerated the process of capital flight, and the government, still with Cavallo as finance minister, decided to limit bank withdrawals to 250 pesos per week per person, beginning what came to be known as the Corralito. The economy, technically bankrupt, provided the backdrop for widespread protests, looting, and acts of vandalism that increased day by day as the crisis worsened. Confronted with this new scenario, the government toughened its position and declared a 30-day state of emergency. De la Rúa's decree made an immediate impact, causing a spontaneous reaction from a wide cross-section of society, including the middle classes of Buenos Aires and other large cities, all marching to the rhythm of banging pots and pans. Soon thereafter, Cavallo submitted his resignation. The massive protests that had begun peacefully were now reaching a tragic end. Police violence and harsh repression against the protesters left dozens killed and even more wounded. At the height of the turmoil, President De la Rúa followed Cavallo and resigned as well. Several interim presidents succeeded De la Rúa, all of them Peronists. The President of the Senate, Ramón Puerta, was the first to take up the torch, and he immediately called upon Congress to elect a new candidate. Puerta then resigned and left the interim presidency to the governor of the state of San Luis, Adolfo Rodríguez Saa. Saa governed for 1 week, enough time for him to declare a moratorium on the country's foreign debt, on December 23, 2001. Saa resigned and was succeeded by the President of Congress, Eduardo Camano, until January 1, 2002, when Congress finally nominated Eduardo Duhalde, a senator from Buenos Aires and former vice president under Menem, as president of the Argentine Republic. As president, Duhalde quickly passed a public emergency law and ordered the reform of Argentina's fixed exchange rate, thus putting an end to the convertibility law. The peso was devalued, mechanisms were put in place to control capital flows, and the 262 financial system became pesofied and weaned off the US dollar, though the Corralito remained in place. This period of transition, which marked the end of Argentina's neoliberal phase, lasted until the 2003 elections, which ushered the Peronist Nestor Kirchner, politically supported by Duhalde, into the presidency. The crisis of the late 1990s left a dramatic impact on Argentine society. The unemployment rate climbed above 20% of the active population in 2002, while gross domestic product fell at a rate of 16.3% during the first trimester of 2002, an ignominious record for the country. Real wages fell 18% in 2002. The rates of poverty and indigence reached unprecedented levels. According to official data, 53% of Argentines lived below the poverty line, while 25% of the population was living in a state of indigence, with their most basic needs for survival going unmet. In 1998 to 2002, extreme poverty rose to 23%, an unprecedented event for such a short span of time. And in 2001, labor's share of GDP fell to the lowest level in Argentina's history. Kirchner in power, a new role for the state? Is a new Argentine foreign policy possible? Influential analysts and investigators have questioned Kirchner's foreign policy. Some complained of a lack of grand strategy for the country, while others simply and more definitively have argued that the government never had a foreign policy to begin with. Notably, Pérez Lana, analyst and former ambassador, claimed in La Nación that the government has no foreign policy, it does not know who its partners are, who its allies are, and it has not decided whether it wants to be on the side of populists or social democrats. According to this view, three political models are taking shape in Latin America, one conservative, another social democrat, and another populist. And within this realm of change in the region, continues Pérez Lana, there exists a great ignorance of the world and a great ignorance of the importance of the world. No correct evaluation exists regarding what the international agenda is, what world tendencies are, or how Argentina can come out ahead. No one knows who Argentina's partners are, who its allies are, and with whom Argentina should sympathize, with populists or social democrats. 262. Kirchner's Argentina 263. Similarly, Carlos Escud, a specialist in international relations and a former aide to the Chancellery under Menem, has argued in the same journal that the death of Argentine foreign policy has been reflected especially in the conflict between Argentina and Uruguay over the cellulose industrial plants belonging to the firm Botnia, on the shores of the Uruguay River, a dispute known as the pulp mill conflict. Escud has argued that Argentina has been living in a latent and permanent crisis of governance since 2001, in which popular organizations, manipulated by political caudillos, have gained the same partial veto power that the military wielded between 1930 and 1983. The case of the popular organizations and assemblies of Gualeguaychú, in the Entre Rios province, would stand out as the clearest example of an absence of foreign policy in Argentina. According to Escud, environmentalists usurped a dimension of Argentine foreign policy, damaging regional commerce and generating a political crisis within Mercosur. On the other hand, Tocatlian recognizes that the key question surrounding Kirchner's apparent lack of foreign policy has more to do with the possibility of developing an independent foreign policy for Argentina in the new international context of economic and financial globalization, a period of reconstruction that will be slow and painful. According to the author, the present external conditions are favorable for Argentina to revise its model of international involvement. However, the critics do not acknowledge the fact that significant changes have occurred during the Kirchner government, as much in relation to foreign policy as to the way in which the government understands and controls the economy. According to Tocatlian, these changes are based on three new realities. The first is the perception of wide segments of society and part of the government regarding the enormous failure of a foreign policy based on special relations with, or pragmatic acquiescence toward, the centers of international economic and political power. Throughout the 1990s, the IFIs and private international capital presented the Argentine state to the world as an exemplary student. However, when Argentina fell into its worst crisis, it found no help, support, or solidarity from these centers of economic power. The second important reality is that, given the weakness of Kirchner's mandate, the president-elect felt obligated to give clear signals of assertiveness and determination. Besides, Kirchner always demonstrated strong personal appeal, with little time for 263. 264. Following protocol, which strengthened the personalist character of his mandate. The third variable is linked to Kirchner's own political making and the characteristics of his generation. As others have also argued, Kirchner is a son of the generation of the 1970s, which has a worldview marked by a historical moment of change. He has been influenced by a 1970s Peronism, which identified ideologically and symbolically with reformist politics of an anti-imperialist character. This worldview seeks to rescue in symbolic form the ideas and reformist postures of the Peronist left that Kirchner and his Chancellor Raphael Bielsa identified with in their youth. Russell and Tocatlian define the new Argentine foreign policy paradigm as responsible participation oriented by 6 directives, a high profile in the construction, defense, and reform of international political and economic institutions with the objective of reaching greater democratization, a firm commitment to democracy, peace, the fight against terrorism, protecting the environment and defending human and humanitarian rights, creating a strategic society with Brazil, open to all other South American countries, a connection with the United States geared toward securing positive ends and oriented by specific objectives, supporting plans for intra- and extra-hemispheric economic integration that are compatible with domestic politics, and the realization of a development strategy open to the world that at the same time applies the principles of selective protectionism. Considering that the country found itself in a critical economic situation in 2003, although by then it was showing signs of recovery, one of the aspects of Kirchner's foreign policy that must be pointed out was the clear priority placed on economic concerns. In this regard, by contrast to the policies of the 1990s, Kirchner's government defended a more interventionist perspective. In this sense, one of the virtues of the Kirchner government was that it found out how to take advantage of a favorable climate for negotiating with international creditors and the IMF, whose prestige had already taken a terrible blow. The dynamic nature of this policy over the course of Kirchner's 4 years in power created new favorable opportunities for Argentina in regional politics. Kirchner's policies, a new international role? In this way, the directives of responsible participation discussed by Russell and Tocatlian became crystal lucid in a chorus of 5. 264. Kirchner's Argentina 265. Relations and actions that define the 4 years of Kirchner's relationship with the rest of the world. First, Kirchner's state visits to Brazil, the United States, and Spain, immediately after becoming president, signaled the priorities of the new government. The first trip was to Brazil, meant to re-establish and solidify relations, with the ultimate objective of strengthening Mercosur. Kirchner's second trip was to the United States to participate in a previously scheduled meeting with G.W. Bush, in a quite complicated context for Argentina and its negotiations with the IMF. In the meeting, the U.S. President expressed his clear support for his Argentine counterpart. 5. The third visit was to Spain, where Kirchner defended the renegotiation of contracts with privatized service companies, many of them Spanish-owned. Together, these presidential visits revealed the priorities of Kirchnerist foreign policy. However, new priorities have since arisen in regional politics. Presently, solidifying ties with Brazil, attempting to strengthen Mercosur, and the warming of relations with Venezuela are the events that have stood out. The second element of foreign policy was to make a top priority the establishment of special relations with Brazil. In the Southern Cone sub-region, ties between Argentina and Brazil were elevated to the status of strategic relations, a political tool meant to maximize the margin of Argentina's maneuvering in relation to the United States and the European Union, specifically when it came to trade negotiations within the scope of the World Trade Organization. This new stance implied a clear preference on the part of the Argentine government for regional politics, ideally as a foundation for an alternative means of development to that proclaimed by the Washington Consensus. Thus, The Argentine official view of Mercosur is that it is above all a political project, a space to widen state autonomy and guide our countries to greater positions in the world. We have the conviction that in the world of today there are no development projects of a strictly national scope, and therefore we give our beloved bloc a more endearing feeling than a mere commercial accord. The official position recognized, as those of the Argentine governments of the 1990s did, that the development projects of an exclusively national character no longer had a place in the contemporary world. The only difference was that the Kirchner administration emphasized development on an essentially regional plane, spurning the notion of development within the virtual space of globalization and the idealization of the free market as the only. 265. 266. Path to the First World. The inherent contradiction of this regionalist revisionism is that the answers to the crisis of 2001-02 were limited in scope to purely national means and abilities. For the Argentine government, there were not many alternatives beyond a purely regionalist strategy, a fact derived from a series of consequences that negatively impacted the other Mercosur members, especially Brazil. A clear example of those effects was the alteration of the trade rules within the jurisdiction of the bloc. At any rate, one must recognize that since the Duhalde government, due, among other factors, to the intransigence of international financial institutions and the U.S. government, Argentina has turned its gaze toward Brazil with the objective of strengthening a strategic economic and political relationship. The third element has been the negotiation of Argentina's foreign debt. The resolution on ending the default came about after difficult negotiations with private creditors and, concomitantly, with the IMF. Argentina released itself from the uncomfortable circumstances of the moratorium, securing a seemingly better agreement with the IMF than other developing nations, including Brazil. Many sectors of the Argentine population viewed as a success the restructuring of Argentina's foreign debt with private creditors in 2005 and the release from the moratorium. This success allowed Kirchner and then Finance Minister Roberto Lavagna VI to reinsert Argentina into the global economy. In January 2005, the government put forth a hefty exchange offer for one part of its debt with both national and foreign private creditors. To reach this objective, the government issued new bonds to replace those which had not yet been paid. There existed more than 150 types of bonds in a state of moratorium. Creditors were given the opportunity to choose between three new categories of bonds, with a deadline of February 25 stipulated by the government. After this date, creditors that did not accept this proposal could make the necessary appeals. On March 3, 2005, Finance Minister Lavagna announced that 76.07% of private creditors, holding a total of 152 titles of Argentina's debt in moratorium, agreed with the government's proposal to cancel the debt, despite the loss of approximately 63 to 68% of the bond's original value. The recuperation of economic growth that had begun in 2002, even amid the moratorium situation, subsequently bolstered Lavagna's position in negotiations with the IMF and private foreign creditors. The fourth element has been the forging of ties with Chávez's Venezuela. Relations between Argentina and Venezuela began. 266. Kirchner's Argentina 267. Warming at the turn of the millennium. This strengthening of ties between these two countries, which traditionally had seldom engaged in commercial relations with one another, can be considered one of the most significant of geopolitical changes in the region, and it can be interpreted by way of various dimensions. The first dimension is ideological, observed within the context of the collective shift to the left of the majority of Latin American countries. Kirchner's Argentina is evidence of this tendency that has led to a scenario of ideological and political convergence in the sub-region. As a result of this tendency, debates have arisen throughout Latin America surrounding which of the various types of leftist and populist governments will prove most successful for the region and its nations. The second dimension, arguably the most relevant in this conjuncture, is the growing complementary dependence between Argentina and Venezuela with relation to strategic commodities, which has had implications on the energy and food security of both nations, as well as the nature of each country's foreign investment. This growing reciprocal need exposes deep economic vulnerabilities in both countries, in that both are dependent on the rise of the prices of oil, minerals, and other commodities. Argentina, propelled by elevated growth in the last few years, is headed toward severe energy problems. At the same time, although the country began regulating its delicate financial situation as it faced down the IMF and other private investment banks, Argentina's financial condition has proven neither strong nor reliable. Faced with such financial difficulties, the Kirchner government found in Hugo Chavez a kind of lender of last resort who could help give a new impulse to the Argentine economy. Likewise, Venezuela faces serious problems in feeding its own population. 7. Thus, a fortified partnership arose between the two countries, founded on the real worries bubbling up from their respective energy and food security issues. Certainly, if Argentina's economy continues to grow at a high rate, the country will face critical problems with regard to its energy supply. Taking this issue into account, Argentina and Venezuela have signed various trade agreements outlining a commercial exchange in which basically a barter system prevails, oil for food. The final dimension concerns regional geopolitics, reflected in the negotiations between state actors in the Mercosur sub-regional bloc. This incomplete integration process, which has a low degree of institutionalization, depends above all on presidential diplomacy. 267. 268. Between principal members. The warming of relations between Argentina and Venezuela will have inevitable repercussions on Brazil, as it plays the role of regional power and the most important member of the bloc, according to the criteria of Busan and Wever. However, the energy card is the trump card in this triangular relationship, and it conditions the actions of Brazil, which are defined by the regional giant's own ambition for regional leadership. Brazil's interest lies in co-opting new actors in its zone of political and economic influence, such as Venezuela, while at the same time avoiding the estrangement of Argentina, the member that holds the key to any hope of viable regional integration. The fifth and final element of Kirchner's foreign policy is the new relationship with China. Since 2002, the People's Republic of China has become one of the most important foreign actors in South America. The Asian global power, which since the 1990s has surged forward on the wings of unprecedented economic growth rates, has re-entered the world stage with a more active and institutionalist profile, beginning with its induction into the WTO in 2001. China has set itself up for a giant leap forward in international commerce, especially with developing countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. It is in these regions that China is realizing its global strategy of procuring the energy resources and vital commodities it needs to fire the engines of its economy. Within this context, taking into account the chief characteristic of the Argentine economy as producer of commodities, China has proven itself a formidable trade partner for Argentina at the turn of the millennium. The Kirchner government has taken full advantage of this opportunity, and consequently Argentina has greatly benefited from commercial relations with the Asian giant. Thus, from a negative trade balance of $322 million with China in 1995, Argentina began to obtain a trade surplus in 2001, which then peaked in 2003 at $1.7 billion, only to decrease significantly since 2005. 8. There has been no lack of opportunity for the government to politically exploit this new relationship. As the public caught wind of the negotiations with China, the government announced grand investment plans for Argentine infrastructure. Expectations were especially high when Chinese President Hu Jintao visited Buenos Aires in November 2004. Hu publicly affirmed China's plans to invest $100 billion in the region. Since this declaration, the Argentine government leaked the information that China would invest $20 billion solely in Argentina. Whatever the 268. Kirchner's Argentina 269. Actual figures were, the agreements signed between Argentina and China proved immensely important, as they represented the first great opportunity for significant foreign investment in Argentina since the moratorium of December 2001. Another interesting point that reveals the Kirchner style of government is that these agreements were conducted without the direct participation of either Argentina's finance minister or foreign minister. The ministers were relegated to secondary negotiations, leaving direct relations with Chinese authorities in the hands of the president. This event is no anomaly in Kirchner's decision-making process, but rather another example of his characteristic presidential diplomacy. Independently of the expectations surrounding Chinese investment, China has become Argentina's third-largest trading partner. Also important is the fact that 80% of the value of exports to China has a direct or indirect relation to soybeans, which in turn satisfies one-third of all Chinese imports. There are also plans in the works for Chinese investment in the Argentine steel industry. The Chinese firm Sino Steel has been studying the possibility of investing in Argentina's Hiparsa iron mine, with the specific objective of increasing production in order to meet China's growing demand for steel. 2 years after Hu's visit to Buenos Aires, amid all the expectations and enthusiasm surrounding this historic event, the reality is that Chinese investment has been far below the magic mark of $20 billion. What Argentina has seen instead has been investment in very specific areas such as railroads and mining, to the tune of around $500 million. 9. Overlapping regional politics and domestic policy. In regional affairs, changes in economic policy show a sharp rejection of the principles of open and hegemonic regionalism of the 1990s, imbued with the ideals of economic liberalism. According to Lima and Coutinho, open regionalism is a contradictory expression, since the term shows a preference for the region, while the term negates and qualifies this very preference. Thus, regional integration must, and should be, the platform for opening up national markets throughout the region, favoring competitive sectors, and not an obstacle for the process of opening up to trade and foreign investment. 269. 270. The Argentine crisis of 2001 acted as a catalyst for domestic political transformations, reconfiguring political alliances between social sectors. The left wing of the Peronist movement won substantive support, and it consolidated its power around President Kirchner. On the other hand, Lavinia, ex-finance minister for both Duhalde and Kirchner, had always been tied to the petty bourgeoisie and the industrial business class. This nationalist economic turn naturally had its consequences in regional politics. The Duhalde-Kirchner worldview parted ways with the principles of open regionalism, which depended heavily on the economic agents of the market and private financial capital. However, the new characteristics of a different type of regional integration enjoys the support of a new brand of politics which calls for a more active role of the state in the economy, with the specific objective of diminishing the region's historic social inequalities. Does this imply that these changes are exempt from contradictions? If the expression open regionalism comes across as a contradictory term, whose results have shown alarming degrees of social fragmentation and disarticulation, the paradoxes are not found merely in semantics. Other contradictions remain on the horizon at the dawn of the 21st century. The application of an extreme program of neoliberal economic reforms in the 1990s, especially the fixed exchange rate, had decisive effects on Argentine industry. The higher international competitiveness of Brazilian industry would send ripples throughout Mercosur. President Kirchner, Lavinia, and fellow ex-finance ministers Felisa Miceli and Miguel Peirano, were all fully aware of this asymmetry. With the new nationalist and developmentalist focus of the Kirchner government, the outcome would be no different than a conflict of interests and some harsh negotiations between the diverse sectors affected by intra-bloc trade, which since 2003 has created a growing trade deficit for Argentina. Specifically, Argentina's surplus with Brazil of $2.5 billion in 2002, entered a secular decline to $112 million in 2003, followed by a deficit of $112 million in 2004 and $3.6 billion in 2005. 10. neo-developmentalism, neo-nationalism, and some final remarks. The 4 years of Kirchner's Peronist government signaled a change in Argentina's economic path within a propitious foreign context. This shift called for a return to the state on matters that had 270. Kirchner's Argentina 271. Traditionally been left to the market under neoliberal ideology. The creation of a new state energy firm, ENARSA, the implementation of price controls and a growing distrust of orthodox economic policies all have marked the path that some authors have termed neo-developmentalism. Bruegel and Righerzy have questioned the degree to which Duhalde's and Kirchner's policies can be considered a new type of developmentalism. In spite of the fact that this question deserves a more detailed investigation, one can affirm that if neo-developmentalism indeed does suppose a national development strategy, the features of the Argentine version of that strategy are not yet clearly defined. Certainly, there were pragmatic national responses to neoliberalism in the context of growth, whose clearest traits have been an energy-based nationalism and a reinsertion into the world economy on the basis of agricultural export commodities. The current government of President Cristina Fernández de Kirchner is now receiving the political blows of the after-effects of growth, in which inflation is the most worrisome consequence, as well as the more fragile global economic environment ushered in by the financial crisis in the United States. To this we may add the sharp jump in food prices throughout 2008, which forced the current president to raise taxes on agricultural exports, which in turn sparked mass protests in a rural sector that had already been growing restive during Nestor Kirchner's administration. The Argentina of the 21st century is exhibiting its deepest social contradictions, which must also be comprehended within the context of the nation's political history. The still half-hearted push for development suffers from its dependence on the agribusinesses sector that drives the country's dynamic export sector, whose health determines that of industrial growth and consumer confidence. Thus, whereas Venezuela and Bolivia are clear examples of the nationalization of energy resources, in Argentina nationalism is closely correlated with the state's control of the wealth derived from the commodities market. The current conflict between the government and farming and ranching sectors, the mounting energy problem, and high inflation rates have polarized the Argentine population. The rise in commodity prices and Argentina's resulting economic growth, which until only a short time ago seemed to be part of a virtuous upturn for the country, is no longer a reality. Today, this relationship presents itself simply as an inverted mirror in which external conditions reflect. 271. 272. Themselves in the constriction of the Peronist government's margins for maneuver. Moreover, they reflect a distributive dispute that, as is the case of other South American countries, reveals a process of social polarization that will affect not only the internal social fabric of Argentina, but also the process of regional integration. 13. State and Nation in Brazil. Old questions, new challenges. Sebastião C. Velasco e Cruz and Reginaldo C. Moraes. In his provocative way, just before he died, Darcy Ribeiro, anthropologist, educator, institution builder, politician, novelist, Renaissance man gone astray, often referred to Brazil as the New Rome. His reasoning: it was the only country in the Americas with the conditions to become the locus of a genuine civilization. This possibility did not present itself in the United States, a mere extension of Europe in the Western Hemisphere. Nor did it present itself in Mexico or Peru, countries of witness peoples, whose mission was to rescue the extraordinary patrimony of their primal cultures and adapt them to the radically alien context of the modern world. Exaggerations aside, there is a bit of truth in Ribeiro's provocation. Indeed, from a distance, Brazil comes across as an anomaly. To begin, there is the size of its territory, 8.5 million square kilometers, almost as large as the whole of Europe. With its enormous climatic diversity, the equatorial, superhumid, rainforest climate of the Amazon basin, the dry tropical and semi-arid zones of the northeastern Cerrado, and the subtropical zone that predominates in the central and southeast of the country, The vastness of Brazilian territory is occupied today by nearly 200 million people of different ethnic lineages and diverse cultural backgrounds, yet who all speak, albeit with different accents, one common language, Portuguese. The third peculiarity is Brazil's imperial past. While the fragmented Spanish dominion in the Americas became republics soon after independence, the political formation of Brazil, with the territorial unity that it preserves to this day, came about under monarchic rule, which lasted until the proclamation of the First Republic on November 15, 1889. But there's more than that. The fourth, and 275. 275. 276. Most somber peculiarity of Brazil is that the construction of this immense country was based on the exploitation of slave labor, whose heaviest influence was in those regions which were at the forefront of distinct cycles of the colonial economy: sugar in the northeast, gold in Minas Gerais, coffee in Rio de Janeiro, a region which already had distinguished itself because of its privileged position in the slave trade circuit. The slave regime was extinguished only in 1888. Naturally, there is much more than mere chance in the convergence of these characteristics, and the exact definition of their mutual relations has been, for more than 100 years, the primordial task of scholars and essayists, suggestively denominated by someone as the interpreters of Brazil. Joaquim Nabuco, Manuel Bonfim, Oliveira Viana, Caio Prado Jr., Gilberto Freire, Sergio Buarque de Holanda, Florestan Fernandes, and Ribeiro himself. In spite of their differences, they all dealt with these elements, synthesizing them in their own ways. We are not so bold as to insert ourselves in this tradition with this modest chapter. But we shall take from it a common element, the question of the absence of the people, or rather, in the progressive tradition, of the intermittent presence of the people, with the strong reaction that it always stirs. Brazil appears in this literature as a country endowed with a strong state, highly centralist in certain periods. However, it also appears as a country with a weak collective identity, low social articulation and pronounced inclination toward privativism. It is a national state, but only very precariously a nation-state. Whether interpreted by conservatives, liberals, or revolutionaries, this is the crux of the question posed by this tradition, and to this day it remains the most challenging question, both intellectually and politically. From empire to republic. With the exception of Joaquim Nabuco and Manuel Bonfim, the intellectual and political biography of the above-mentioned authors is marked by the epoch ushered in by the Revolution of 1930. And this is no mere coincidence. As it occurred in so many other countries during the crisis of 1929 and the Great Depression that ensued, the disorganization of the pattern of insertion into the world economy exacerbated pre-existing tensions, leading to a rupture in 276-277. The preceding socio-economic and political organization. We can describe this organization succinctly as the combination of an agro-exporting economy with an oligarchic republic. Prosperity rested on the control of the world coffee market and the politics of governors, the decentralist system of governance by the elite of each state. Both features were rooted in the situation that saw the crisis and downfall of the empire. Which situation was this? The slave trade had been abolished in 1850 by decision of the imperial elite, made under strong British pressure, amid the unrest provoked by slave revolts in various parts of the country. This period bore witness to the decadence of traditional regions and the flourishing of new ones, where the land was cultivated with the labor of free colonists. The urban population was growing, and within it, there appeared new middle sectors with some level of education, influenced by the new ideas that were arriving from Europe, where evolutionism and Kantian positivism were in vogue. Put together, these circumstances eroded the bases that had sustained imperial politics. 1 year after the abolition of slavery, the higher echelons of the army sponsored the coup d'état by which the republic was installed in Brazil. However, contrary to what liberals and radicals imagined momentarily, what assured the political stability of the country were not the republican virtues of the Constitution of 1891, but rather a peculiar political compromise in which the oligarchies that controlled the Republican parties in each state mutually recognized their supremacy, committing themselves to respect the unwritten rule of non-interference in the internal affairs of another state in the Federation. Under a strongly decentralist constitution, this rule, founded on an extremely restrictive electoral system, the open vote system and the verification of powers mechanism which endowed Congress with the power to decide the legitimacy of mandates, established a one-party system. That is, a one-party system in each state of the Federation, the latter being governed by an alliance of the two strongest state parties, São Paulo and Minas Gerais. It was in this extremely exclusive political context that coffee production spread throughout the state of São Paulo and the first seeds of light industry were sown, as in so many other countries on the capitalist periphery, with the relative disorganization of commercial flows occasioned by the First World War. With the expansion of industry, the figure of the organized worker burst onto the national scene, with the characteristic demand for a voice. 277. 278. Of its own, either socialist or anarchist at the time, and in diverse accents, national and European. During this time, the shift in the foreign relations of Brazil, which had begun at the end of the empire, was reinforced. Formed with British blessings, the imperial state experienced a moment of crisis with England in the mid-19th century over the issue of the slave trade. But this was not the determining factor that compelled Brazil to opt strategically for an alliance with the giant in the north. At the end of the century, Brazilian diplomacy recognized the United States as the emerging power in the international system and wisely concluded that the strengthening of friendly relations with the United States was the best way to assert itself vis-à-vis its primary rival in the region, Argentina, which was much more prosperous at the time and was virtually married to the old hegemonic power. With the advent of 1929, all of these elements underwent deep changes. Strictly speaking, we can say that it was at this time that Brazil encountered the first of several great waves of transformation that turned it into what it is today. The first wave of transformation. Between 1930 and 1945, under the command of Getulio Vargas, former governor of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, a permanent counterpoint to the Café com Leite alliance between São Paulo and Minas Gerais, now transmuted into the leader of an anti-oligarchic revolution, Brazil saw itself pushed into the first phase of industrialization through import substitution. This takeoff was in large part conditioned, first, by the circumstances of the global depression, and, second, by the relative isolation of Brazil provoked by the Second World War. Accompanying this process of industrialization and urbanization, another process would leave its equally important mark on the formation of the political framework, the federalization or nationalization, de facto, of national politics. A series of political elements, institutions, organizations, successive and extensive regulations, became, in fact, national. The politics of the governors gave way to state politics and to nation building. A few important innovations of this period deserve some attention. First, there was a strong concentration of power in the hands of the national executive. A direct result of the revolution, which sought the immediate overthrow of the governors linked to the old order, was the suppression of the constitutional autonomy. 278-279 of the states. This was established in the juridical order of the Estado Novo in 1937, after a brief constitutional, democratic interlude. The second great novelty was the creation of numerous regulatory codes and mechanisms of economic intervention, public enterprises, foundations, independent authorities, planning councils, and management organs, as well as the rationalization of public administration, whose most emblematic expression was the Department of Public Service Administration and the adoption of an examination system for the appointment to public office. The third institutional innovation of the Vargas regime, and by far the most long-lasting, was the creation of a corporativist system of representation of societal interests, legally recognized trade unions and federations, with differential treatment for workers, whose organizations were supervised by the Ministry of Labor, and the consolidation of labor laws in 1943, which established a series of social protection provisions, including the right to a pension and 30 days annual leave. It should be pointed out that these provisions benefited only urban workers in formal employment. The great masses of the urban subproletariat and the entirety of rural workers were placed beyond the reach of such provisions. Rural workers, in particular, remained under the direct authority of landowners, whose highly concentrated power was unaffected by the policies of the regime. Be that as it may, the advances made in this area fulfilled the original purpose proclaimed by the regime, to promote social harmony and subdue class conflict. Pari passu, modernizing intellectuals, many of them closely linked to the Estado Novo, proceeded on a complex intellectual operation whose result, soon to become a basic ingredient of state politics, was the redefinition of Brazilian national identity, which now proudly declared itself Mestiço. Gone was the ideology of the inherent inferiority of the country due to the racial impurity of its population. Explicit manifestations of racism were banned from the official discourse of the state, though they survived more or less overtly in the actions and the discourse of some branches of the state apparatus. Born at a time of intense turbulence in the international scene, the Vargas regime also stood out by the innovating character of its foreign policy. Here, the element to point out is not so much the policy of neutrality in the war, a policy which was followed by 279. 280. Other Latin American countries, but the bargaining undertaken by Vargas with the Franklin D. Roosevelt administration, which led Brazil to declare war on the Axis powers. Thus, besides benefiting from a rearmament program foreseen by the Lend-Lease Act of 1941, the Brazilian government received from the United States the approval and the human and material support necessary for the implantation of the National Steel Company, which played an immense role in the subsequent industrialization of Brazil. But in May 1945, the Allied victory sounded like an elegy for the Vargas regime. Obliged to convoke general elections in February of that year, Vargas was toppled in October by a military coup, with ample civilian support, during which his officers stood by without even a gesture of resistance. With the liberal constitution of 1946, Brazil entered into a new era. Nonetheless, the progressive sectors of the civilian opposition soon saw their most generous expectations frustrated. In the climate of the Cold War that soon followed, conservatism became the dominant mark of the Eurico Gaspar Dutra government. This conservatism was expressed in economic policy, in the extinction of the Communist Party and the retention of the system created some years earlier to control organized labor. The agrarian question remained off the horizon, and, by way of constitutional provisions, illiterate people were deprived of the right to vote. The second wave. It was under the system of limited political competition that the second wave of structural changes swept through. Once again under the leadership of Getulio Vargas, returned to the presidency, this time by the ballot box, a powerful program of economic modernization sought to build the infrastructure for a new period of growth. Large investments in the areas of electricity, petroleum, steel, and transportation, stimulated and enabled the establishment of industries of durable consumer goods, intermediate goods, and even serial capital goods. The emblematic expression of this orientation, as well as the key instrument of all the subsequent development policies adopted in the country, was Petrobras, the state-owned enterprise founded in 1952, under the impetus of a broad popular campaign with a strong nationalist character. Less spectacular in its origins, yet equally emblematic, was the founding of the National Economic Development Bank. A public finance institution, the BNDE soon began to play a decisive role in the financing of infrastructural projects, and more generally, in the provision of resources for long-term investments, both public and private, in Brazil. This system would bear fruit under the presidency of Juscelino Kubitschek, with his slogan of condensing 50 years of development into the 5 years of his term, which he sought to do with a strong policy of attracting foreign investments. It was during Kubitschek's presidency that the embryo of Brazil's automobile industry was implanted, along with a clear division of labor that was characteristic of the industry for many years to come, a small number of foreign assembly lines, supplied by a relatively deconcentrated auto parts sector, where national capital had primacy. Also established at this time were the petrochemical and home appliance sectors, among other modern branches of industry. But the achievements did not end there. The years 1955 to 60 were a time of high cultural creativity in all areas. Bossa Nova, the fruit of musical experimentalism, constituted perhaps the most widely recognized example of this phenomenon. Introducing programmatically elements of jazz into the vast musical tradition of Brazilian samba, the seductive appeal of Bossa Nova was felt as much within the country as abroad, marking the tune of Kubitschek's Brazil. The decision to move the capital from Rio de Janeiro to Brasilia, a city built from scratch in the middle of nowhere, at the central point of Brazil's territory, is an eloquent expression of the confidence of this time. The incredible cost of this venture did not dampen the spirits. For Brazil, the country of the future appeared at arm's reach. Not everything, however, conformed to this vision. As the heir to the two-party political system put together by Getulio Vargas, with the Social Democratic Party representing the conservative face and the Brazilian Labour Party the national popular face, the Kubitschek government was the target of an intense defamatory campaign promoted by the liberal-conservative opposition, frustrated by its repeated inability to take power by means of the vote. The hate unleashed by such a campaign translated into 2 military mutinies, which were quickly contained. It was nothing that would cause the government to lose sleep. But the signal had been sent. 281. 282. More worrisome were the growing disequilibria in the external accounts and the inflationary tendency. The government began negotiations with the International Monetary Fund in the hope of a loan, yet these did not move forward. Faced with the austere requirements of the IMF, which implied sacrificing many of his goals, Kubitschek broke with the fund, to the delight of the nationalists and to the great dismay of the sellouts, the representatives of the opposition as they were referred to by the nationalist left. A polarization was clearly taking shape, which would lead to the 1964 military coup, after a quick succession of events. Jânio Quadros rose to the presidency as a figure uncommitted to organized political forces. He was adopted by the liberal-conservative opposition as a springboard to power, but he resigned in the 7th month of his term after Congress denied him the extraordinary powers he had sought. The legal successor to the presidency was Vice President João Goulart. He had previously been Minister of Labor during the second government of Vargas, to whom he was closely linked and considered to be his legitimate heir in the Estado Novo. However, in the current transition, Goulart would suffer a veto by several leaders of the armed forces who sought to block his legal ascent to the presidency. In the event, the veto failed, due to the deep cleavages that existed in the army at this time, and this in turn gave way to a political pact and a constitutional reform, the adoption of an improvised parliamentary regime, which avoided constitutional rupture. In October 1962, a referendum confirmed Goulart as president, but again he would not exercise his powers for too long. With inflation out of control, in the midst of an open clash with the United States, and with escalating mobilizations and counter-mobilizations, especially as rural workers entered the fray, organized in rural unions and, more threateningly, in peasant leagues, the Goulart government collapsed a day after rebel troops began to move. Hence the ambiguity that surrounds the episode. It is known as the March 31st Revolution for the victors and the April 1st coup for the vanquished. The Third Wave. The incoming military regime remained in power for 20 years, and it was under its yoke that the third wave of transformations took place in Brazil. These began with the institutional modernizations promoted by the government of Castelo Branco, the first of 5 president generals. The first of these modernizations included 282-283 monetary reform and restructuring of the capital market, which saw the creation of the central bank, the introduction of a mechanism for the indexation of public debt, the centralization of the banking sector, and the diversification of the financial system. Next, the labor market was made more flexible by extinguishing the law that ensured severance pay proportional to the time of service and job security for workers after 10 years of employment. This was replaced with a deceiving mechanism, the Guaranteed Time of Service Fund. 2. A new statutory wage policy would also substitute the practice of negotiation, mediated by the Labor Justice Department, with the application of a correction index derived from a mathematical formula established by the government. Finally, a series of broad public administration reforms were implemented, along with the restructuring of the fiscal system, which created new taxes and led to the strong centralization of fiscal power in Brasilia. The years of strong growth after 1968, and especially the period until 1973, known as the economic miracle for its annual growth rates above 10%, prolonged the developmentalism of the 1950s and stretched it to its limits. Due to a range of circumstances, which cannot be fully examined here, the military regime in Brazil assumed a different role and character than those of neighboring Argentina or Chile. Industrialist and driven by the idea of great power Brazil, the regime did not destroy the apparatus of state intervention created under Vargas. On the contrary, it strengthened existing state-owned enterprises, starting with Petrobras, and created many others, thereby transforming the state business sector into a powerful system of production and regulation. In the same vein, it widened enormously the resources of the BNDE, ascribing to it new and more important functions. Moreover, the mechanisms of compulsory savings were accentuated in such a way as to finance a new push toward industrialization and modernization. But another equally relevant element in this great transformation must be brought to attention: the compulsory modernization of agriculture, implemented by the strong intervention of the military state. Acts such as the Land Statute and, especially, the Rural Credit System, pushed the country toward a path of agricultural development without reducing the concentration of land ownership. On the contrary, land concentration increased. Mechanization. 283. 284. The introduction of chemicals, and the expansion of agribusiness produced a new agrarian elite and a new contingent of dispossessed peasants, turning the countryside into a breeding ground of new political actors. By the mid-1980s there emerged movements of rural landless workers set against a modern, aggressive rural lobby, strongly connected to influential urban sectors. An important element in this aspect of the process of change is the internalization of agricultural development. Concomitantly with innovations in cultivation methods and the reconfiguration of relations between agricultural, industrial, and commercial sectors, there was a profound shift in the geography of agricultural production, involving the expansion of new crops, such as soybeans, as well as cattle raising in previously unutilized spaces in the central and eastern parts of the country. The future that Kubitschek had dreamed of when he created Brasilia was now becoming a reality. This should not come as a total surprise. In effect, in spite of all the violence that resulted from the April 1 coup, between the period of military rule and that immediately preceding it, the continuities are very clear. We already alluded to this when we mentioned the use of Petrobras and the BNDES. Something similar can be seen in the management, supervision, and control of labor relations. Here, too, what the military regime did was to utilize fully the institutional resources available to achieve its ends. It was not necessary to change the labor laws to repress labor unions or to purge union leaders who had led the pre-1964 mobilizations and replace them with subservient leaders. From 1964 to 1984, the Brazilian economy made a leap in its productive system, extended and deepened its industrial sector, and relied heavily on the incorporation of foreign capital. Yet the passage from this dependent associated model of development, to use terminology that is out of vogue, did not occur in the post-1964 period. If we were to look for a dividing line, we would have to go back to the 1950s. And if we follow the arguments of Carlos Lessa, author of a brilliant study co-authored with Sulamese Dane, we may even have to go back to the 1920s. In this work, which considers the economic role of the state in Latin America, especially Brazil. The authors show that since the 1920s the relations between the state, national capital and foreign capital were regulated by a kind of pact. Accordingly, dominant groups, generally businessmen and propertied classes in general, would cede space in certain sectors for the leadership of foreign firms. 284-285. And would keep for themselves the control over those areas of activity that provided positional returns. These remained reserved areas for a long time, which foreign capital could not penetrate, or at most did so to a very small degree. The military regime retained this scheme, and here, too, there was little innovation. Regarding foreign policy, continuity also predominated. After a period of nearly unconditional identity with U.S. foreign policy in the years following the coup, the second military presidency would evidence a hesitant autonomy. But it was in the Ecobedo-Beckman-Geisel government that this impulse became the nexus of a coherent strategy of the country's affirmation on the international stage. Responsible pragmatism, as the policy was called, translated into a reaffirmation of the ties of friendship with the United States, but also a denunciation of the nuclear oligopoly and the consequent refusal to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. It would also translate into the immediate recognition of the independence of Angola and other former Portuguese colonies, when the United States was still betting on the possibility of vetoing their respective governments, and in the denunciation of the Military Cooperation Treaty with the United States, in reaction to the pressure by the Jimmy Carter administration against human rights violations and the nuclear accord that Brazil maintained with Germany. The new policy turn was further reflected in Brazil's leadership, alongside India, in the GATT negotiations, in which the two countries represented the bloc of developing countries opposed to the agenda of the great powers. Thus, there was a resumption, in grand style, of the independent foreign policy whose contours had first been sketched during the Kubitschek government. In the government of João Batista Figueiredo, the last of the President Generals, the rhetoric of diplomacy became more opaque, but the general lines of diplomatic conduct remained the same. This could be seen in the policy of exporting armaments, in the investment incentives given to Middle Eastern countries and, above all, in the support, more than just rhetorical, given to Argentina in its war with Britain over the Malvinas Islands. In foreign policy, just as in economic and social policy, the military regime deepened a model whose profile had already been clearly designed in the prior period. If we abstract from it the element of political change, it would be possible to narrate the historic trajectory of the country in a way that renders the coup as a minor occurrence. 285. 286. The fourth wave. But this abstraction we cannot make. One of the fundamental characteristics of pre-1964 Brazilian society was its strong democratizing dynamic. From 1946 to 1964, Brazil experienced enormous economic growth, and with that growth the participation of the popular classes in the political process grew as well. The intervention of these sectors in political life was not a new phenomenon, as has already been shown. After Vargas' suicide in 1954, and largely because of it, the popular classes returned to the political scene to become a central element in the crisis situation that led to the 1964 coup. That coup aimed to suffocate the demand for greater political voice and to triumph over this disturbing force, that is, the democratic impulse of Brazilian society. The architects of the 1964 coup set out from the start to fulfill this task, and with refined zeal. When it came to the popular sectors, particularly in the countryside, violence was the rule. In dealing with politicians and organizations that served as channels of expression for the middle classes, the actions of the regime were much more contained, hesitant. Violence was more surgical in nature, limited in its time and its reach. But soon it began to surge in waves, culminating in December 1968 with Institutional Act No. 5 and the establishment of a dictatorship sans phrase. Yet, contrary to what some analysts have come to believe, the military men that led the coup did not intend to send the country back to the past. They were authoritarian, Yet they were modernizers. They wanted strong industry and a robust capitalist economy. Thus, they delegated command of economic policy to civilians, and created a security cordon to insulate them from all forms of pressure, even those that came from the barracks. And in this strategy, they were very successful. The cycle of growth that began in 1968 and continued until the beginning of the 1980s came as the result of a series of factors, both internal and external, a large part of which had no relation to the orientation of the country's economic policy. What mattered was that, by way of its duration and intensity, this growth implied profound changes in the structure of the Brazilian economy and society. The accelerated urbanization of this period is one example. The enormous expansion of the waged middle classes and the workforce employed in industry are two further examples. And here lies the great irony. By changing ways of life, opening new horizons and redefining the expectations and worldviews of a large 286-287 part of the population, these structural changes threw up new social forces which would give new impetus to the democratic dynamic that the architects of the coup had originally sought to extinguish. This dynamic manifested itself from the beginning of the Geisel government in 1974, with the large and unexpected electoral victory of the opposition. 3 years later, the labor movement returned to the stage with a campaign for wage readjustment. In 1978, such actions multiplied. In 1979 came the political amnesty. In 1980, the third and longest strike by metallurgical workers in São Bernardo. In 1984, the campaign for direct elections exploded onto the scene. At this rate, the military no longer had the conditions to stay in power, nor even to appoint a civilian successor. Beyond the unanticipated effects of Geisel's liberalizing policy, which was transformed into a political opening at the end of his term, as well as the impact of the debt crisis, which struck with full force during the government of his successor, the exhaustion of the military regime was driven by a structural problem that fueled the critique of the opposition. Along with denouncing the autocratic character of the regime, the democratic opposition denounced the economic model for being exclusive, centralizing, and dependent, a condition that was becoming critical with regards to technology and, as the 1970s unfolded, to finance. The opposition had a further criticism. Its target was state interventionism, and its greatest expression was the campaign against nationalization, which mobilized the liberal conservative press and wide sectors of the Brazilian business community during Geisel's government. But the social and political reach of this criticism, at the time, was limited. When the civilian opposition finally conquered the presidency of the country in 1985, the mottos of its program were democracy and the sustained expansion of the economy, within the terms of a socially inclusive and autonomous model of development. Had it been successful, this program would have been a decisive step in transforming Brazil into a nation. Unfortunately, expectations of this kind were quickly frustrated. Constrained by the commitments assumed by the forces of the past and confronted with a hostile external environment, the debt crisis and the new rules of the game in the international economy, which began to give substance to the neoliberal restructuring of capitalism, the government of the new republic was paralyzed after the unsuccessful attempt to curb rampant inflation by means of shock therapy, the Cruzado Plan of 1986. 287. 288. During this agonizing period, the civil government of José Sarney witnessed the intensification of social unrest, the explosion of the inflationary process, which elevated repeatedly the monthly index above 50%, and an external standoff with the United States and Europe that worsened day by day. 3 positive elements must necessarily be included in the balance sheet of this period. First were the democratic victories, especially the immediate suppression of the numerous provisions of political control implanted during the military regime. Second were the important advances in the area of social policy. And third, the work of the Constituent Assembly. Installed in 1987, at the exact moment that the inflationary process was escaping control, the Constituent Assembly, in its process of elaboration and in its results, condensed the contradictions and impasses of this epoch. Not by accident, its text was seen by the representatives of all political quarters as repulsive, incoherent, a provisional fix, a simple truce. Yet, this constitution left an important legacy that survived every revision that the document would later undergo. It institutionalized many of the recently introduced innovations in the area of social policy, and it universalized the vote, incorporating tens of millions of illiterates into the electoral and political dynamic. Ironically, many of these new voters helped elect Fernando Collor de Mello, responsible for introducing neoliberal reforms in Brazil. We will not go into the details of Collor's short presidency. He resigned from office in December 1992 to avoid impeachment on corruption charges, but even so, he had his political rights revoked for 8 years. But we must add that his reform agenda was implanted, and this is another irony of the time, by Fernando Henrique Cardoso, the sociologist known worldwide as the author of dependency theory. The fifth wave. Ironies aside, it was in Cardoso's government that Brazil entered fully into the era of neoliberal reforms. Without a doubt, the biggest feat of this period was the management of the Real Plan, a stabilization program launched when Cardoso was Minister of Finance and which became the flagship of the electoral campaign that won him the presidency. His intellectual conception of the plan, 288-289, was of some significance, but its success can only be explained in the context of the changing behavior by international investors, who were turning to emerging markets, and the partial transformation introduced by the Collor government, the first important measures towards commercial opening and financial liberalization. This intimate association between short-term policy and the transformation of the institutional framework of the Brazilian economy was well understood by Cardoso's team, which bet on the deepening of these reforms to guarantee simultaneously monetary stability and growth. This is not the place to discuss the details of either one of these objectives. But it is worth noting that, during this time, Brazil became the center of one of the largest privatization programs in the world, as well as one of the principal destinations for foreign direct investment outside of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. However, the application of neoliberal reforms in Brazil was not as extensive as one would imagine, nor was it marked by an accentuated radicalism. Privatizations were of great importance, and they were carried out to the limit in strategic sectors such as steel, petrochemicals, and telecommunications. But the electricity sector ended the period with a mixed profile, while Petrobras, BNDES, Banco do Brasil and Caixa Econômica Federal, along with other banking institutions in certain states of the federation, remained in government hands. There was an attempt to implement sweeping reforms in the social security system, but the initiative did not make it through Congress, which also blocked more ambitious attempts at tax reform. In terms of foreign policy, we again encounter this sort of mixed game. Cardoso's diplomacy continued the aggiornamento begun in the Collor administration. Brazil would accept the agenda of the Central States and would prove its worth as a respectable member of the international community by signing the NPT, among other symbolic gestures. But it would also reiterate its commitment to principles that Western powers now denounced as obsolete in the post-Cold War world, such as non-intervention in the internal affairs of other countries. In another dimension, Brazil would remain very reticent in the negotiations surrounding the formation of a free trade area of the Americas, whose outcomes it would seek to postpone on procedural questions, while investing instead in Mercosul as a base for building its own. 289. 290. International economic space, partially outside the control of the superpower to the north. In these and other policy areas, what resulted from such cross signals was an intermediary line that pleased few. And this contradictory approach would not be alien to the politics of his successor. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva was elected in November 2002, after a long campaign from which he emerged as leader of a broad developmentalist alliance which called for the reconstruction of the country on more equitable terms, but without sacrificing the hard-won monetary stability. He began his first term extremely cautiously, at least with respect to economic policy. In effect, on this terrain, the continuity of the directives that marked the politics of his predecessor is notable: commitment to ambitious goals of budgetary surpluses, strict control of inflation, and the independence of the central bank. Such was the conservative face of the Lula government, for which he earned scathing criticism from his opponents on the left, and also from some sections of the business community. This choice made by the ex-leader of the Metallurgical Union and founder and leader of the Workers' Party, a leftist party with a trajectory of unprecedented success in Brazil and Latin America as a whole, took many by surprise. But a brief look at the context in which Lula won the elections might help to clarify his choice. In many ways, the context was very adverse. With the stabilization plan and the structural adjustments of the 1990s, the inflation had been curbed. But the therapy adopted had as its side effects a policy of high interest rates and mediocre economic growth, which translated into alarming indicators of unemployment and income. Public property had been sold off in order to reduce a skyrocketing debt, with enormous short-term interest payments. And SOs had been privatized without a previously defined regulatory framework, such that the state monopoly regime was followed by another, of private monopolies operating in a savage environment, which stimulated the search for quick profit, not efficiency. The social crisis was flagrant. In 1994, there were around 800,000 unemployed in the greater São Paulo region. In 2002, there were almost 2 million. Across the country, a period of so-called long-term unemployment was setting in. There were 50,000 detainees in the prisons of the state of São Paulo in 1994, rising to more than 100,000 in 2001. Today, Brazil and Colombia are the only two countries in Latin America that 291 have mass criminal organizations. The culmination of a process that had been building for some time. Organized crime permeated all social spheres and all classes and groups, and also extended itself through the different instances of public power. In a perverse allegory of competitive society, organized crime seemed to reveal the recondite truth of the modern market that had been presented as the bright horizon of competitive integration into globalization. This cursed inheritance, denounced and lamented by the new government, was nonetheless decisive for the change in command. Lula's victory depended heavily on a crisis within the reigning conservative coalition and the disastrous effects of its economic policy, in practically all aspects of national life. In the last year of the Cardoso government, the country found itself literally on the brink of darkness as it faced an unprecedented energy crisis. Affecting the daily life of the whole of the population, the blackout crisis carried powerful symbolism. Contrary to the pretension of competence of a government of PhDs, the crisis exposed the bankruptcy of the state, which was defeated by the undoing of its own public machinery. These are some of the elements of the social crisis that struck the country at the beginning of the millennium. But, and we place great emphasis on this, these elements combined with other elements that made the hypothesis of rupture very problematic. Despite the pitfalls, political institutions functioned regularly, and mutually supported each other, having passed the crucial test of colors impeachment and the broad constitutional reforms put forth by the Cardoso government. In Congress and among the state governments, the center-right forces enjoyed ample majorities. And with each passing day, the weight of the judiciary in the resolution of critical issues grew heavier, reproducing in Brazil a process also observed in many other countries, the judicialization of politics. And in a conjuncture of retreat or stagnation of mass movements and the weakening of leftist movements, not only in Brazil but throughout the world, with only timid attempts at recovery, the PT went to the polls once again with an extremely moderate coalition. The Lula government. In contrast to the other leftist governments of the continent, Lula won the presidency in conditions of political and institutional normality, a fact that was equally expressed in the behavior of the voters, in voting overwhelmingly for a leftist candidate, now dressed. 291. 292. In elegant suits and using a laid-back discourse, the electorate chose the path of tranquil change. The economic policy could be less conservative, despite this. But we cannot understand this option if we abstract it from the above context. However, not everything in the Lula government was continuity, not even in the area of economic policy. In the Lula government there was a sensible reduction in interest rates, a systematic policy of extending the country's debt profile and reducing external vulnerability, which culminated in March 2005 with the settlement of the country's debt with the IMF, and funding policies by the BNDES that have yielded positive results in terms of growth in employment and income. By the way, a significant indicator of the reorientation of economic policy, even if partial, is the restoration of the BNDES into a genuine development bank, after being disguised as an investment bank under the Cardoso government. In other areas, the differences are clearer. In social policy, we have had a limited reduction of inequality and a significant reduction of poverty and misery. The policies of inclusion were reasonably successful, and with reduced leakage. Programs of access to credit and banking services, agrarian reform, support for family agriculture, these resulted not only in a reduction of the desperation of the poorest. According to Paulo Singer, these are emancipatory programs and should result in a significant expansion of the processes of community development, which constitute the best way effectively to fight poverty and avoid the creation of new social and economic inequalities. This remains to be seen. Palliative measures, mere patchwork, the critics mutter. But on the back of 10 years of falling employment rates and wage stagnation, some improvements, though seemingly small to the distant observer, can be quite significant for the masses of the excluded. These improvements certainly affect the mood and the way in which these citizens receive signals from the world, including televised signals. And these changes in daily life, though small on the scale of values held by the more demanding activists, or on the wealth scale of the social analysts, mean nothing less than the difference between life and death for millions of Brazilians. And it was largely on the grounds of these meanings and represented 292-293 that the political judgment was passed that resulted in Lula's re-election in November 2006. One cannot underestimate the importance of this element. Small policies, which one analyst ingeniously called the hidden side of government, have enormous implications. Some of these are material, as simple examples indicate, such as the increase in the consumption of so-called white-line home appliances, construction material and popular furniture. Or the number of urbanist favelas, with a street name and postal code, the residents can receive purchase orders and buy furniture on credit, as well as seek employment, without having to provide the address of a legalist relative. Or the persistent fall in the price of essential foodstuffs, the so-called basic basket of consumption of the popular classes. Federal banks were instructed to popularize the access to personal checking accounts, which meant, for millions of people, gaining access to cheaper and more secure forms of credit, and with lower rates than the personal credit of conventional banks or usurers. There are also symbolic implications. Through such policies, there is the chance of becoming a person. It is for such reasons that an analyst like Paulo Singer calls such policies emancipatory. They liberate not only the body, but also the soul of the subject-turned-citizen. Lula was elected for a second term in adverse conditions under an enormous media siege. The victory had a logic that can only be understood amid the pains of the inherited structures and the remedies, small but significant, that the Lula government applied in its first 4 years in power. Therefore, there have been changes. But it is in the realm of foreign policy that they have been most evident. The first indications in this sense arose even before the transfer of office, with the dispatching of Lula's personal emissary to Venezuela, at the time submerged in a deep crisis, with the supply of oil cut and the economy in a state of paralysis, and the proposal for the creation of the Group of Friends of Venezuela, whose activity contributed to overcoming of the political impasse. This was only the beginning. Soon after, the new orientation of Brazilian foreign policy, new in the much more assertive style and the way in which it defined its objectives, came to express actively its condemnation of the war in Iraq, to give emphasis to economic and political integration in the South American subcontinent, to strengthen ties with other large countries of the periphery, especially India, China, and South Africa, and to adopt an independent position on the commercial negotiations in 293. 294. Progress. With this new posture, Brazil made a decisive contribution to the virtual shelving of the FTAA project, and took on a leading role in the alliance that has assured developing nations a vigorous voice in the Doha round. The conduct of foreign policy supposes the possibility of changing the architecture of world order in the direction of a multipolar configuration and seeks to contribute to such a change as quickly as possible. But it seeks to do so by operating within the existing institutions, avoiding a course of conflict that could turn the country into a revisionist nation. It is no surprise, therefore, that despite the clear manifestation of divergences, Brazil maintains today a relationship with the United States that is seen by both sides as excellent. The reorientation of foreign policy is obvious, but here too we will find no ruptures. The unfinished construction, old questions, new challenges. In recent years, Brazil has appeared increasingly in the international media alongside China, Russia, and India as an emerging power, with growing influence in the conduct of global affairs. Apart from the effects of an exceptionally favorable economic conjuncture, this fact reflects an external perception of some economic and social tendencies that have been mentioned, the assessment with regards to the potential of the country, which appears to grow to the extent that the preoccupation with the ecological situation of the planet grows, and the successes of Brazilian diplomacy. However, the enthusiasm of some must not breed illusions. The fragility at the foundations of Brazil's success is great. Brazil's exporting sector is still greatly dependent on agricultural and mineral commodities, and it is vulnerable to the protectionist movements in the north. Agribusiness accounts for 30% of Brazilian exports, and exports account for more than half of the revenue of the sector. A burdensome public debt still weighs heavily on national finances, even though today it is less bound by short-term consideration, especially with the increase in foreign reserves. External payments are still aggravated by the enormous expenditures with remittances, profits, interest, royalties, in an industry fundamentally serving the internal market, but with ownership strongly concentrated in the hands of non-residents. The financing of infrastructure projects for a new leap in development. 294-295 runs into great difficulties, including embargoes imposed by conservative reaction in the legislature and judiciary. Social disparities continue to be very high, with one of the highest polarizations in the world, when considering the relation between the richest 20%er and the poorest 20%er. In a feedback effect, the ideological impact of such inequality is brutal. There is enormous resistance to redistributive policies, which is legitimate on the basis of values which are supposedly meritocratic but which, in fact, are almost aristocratic. To make matters worse, the political system is very resistant to change. Congressional representation is one example. 50 years ago, Celso Furtado pointed out the persistent conflict between the presidential mandate, the result of a national election in which each head is a vote, and the congressional mandate, with its distortions in representation which favor enormously the less populated states and the oligarchies. In 1964, on the eve of the reactionary military coup supported by the United States, this conflict spawned a popular leftist slogan, "Progressive President, Reactionary Congresses." The president embodied reformist hopes, while the parliament assumed the furious defense of the status quo. Decades later, the reality is not all that different. Add to the reactionary and conservative front a judiciary profoundly attached to oligarchic interests and practically immune to any change. The initiatives for agrarian reform and access to rights, for example, encounter, in every corner of the country, the door of the judiciary to halt their entry. Some time ago, when it was common to speak of the Brazilian economic model, by many considered a miracle, Furtado warned that this case demonstrated the insufficiency of industrialization as the means to overcome underdevelopment. In the last years of his life, he referred to the Brazilian trajectory as an interrupted construction. In his writings he would design the development model that he judged both desirable and possible, combining four large vectors. 1. Sustained growth, constant, durable, and not based on the predatory use of natural and human resources. 2. Reasonable national integration and reduction of regional inequalities. 3. Internalization of dynamisms and of decision-making centers, and 4. Significant incorporation of the masses in the economic, social, and political process. 295. 296. In general, in the so-called hard sciences, in a vector sum, we can suppose these components as independent. However, such is not the case on the terrain of human history. The four above-mentioned vectors are conditioned by one another. Thus, for example, if social and political incorporation of the masses is, or can be, the result of the three other goals, it is also a political condition to enable the first three. And in a certain way, the result, envisioned and presented as a project to the new prince, acts as a real force. Reviving the interrupted construction implies confronting old questions. In the conditions of present-day Brazil, these questions translate into a series of challenges, of which the following appear to us as of special importance. First, there needs to be advance on the technological frontier, so as to create one's own capacity of generating knowledge and innovations. This has to do with the urgent necessity of expanding and diversifying education and research, including that which is essentially incremental and adaptive in nature. Given the profile of the technological frontier, Brazilian development has no option but to be knowledge-based if the country wishes to shed the reflexive and dependent nature of its economy and politics. On the other hand, this technology does not refer only to the most obvious field of application, industry. Considering the sheer size and the profile of the country, development cannot but be rural-based as well, taking advantage of the country's vast agricultural potential and energy base. The application of technological and scientific research could make Brazil a pioneer of a new sustainable development model that combines both the urban and the rural. Second, there needs to be a strengthening of the role of the state as guarantor of the civil, political, and social rights of the destitute layers of society. The state not only needs to fulfill the role of the ideal collective capitalist, according to Friedrich Engels' celebrated image. We can add a bit of Karl Polanyi to this Marxist vision. To enable economic development and prevent that it be affected by political resistances and turbulence, generated by the Great Transformation, the state needs to guarantee compensation for the losers through bold social policies. And we should reinforce the dosage, when we take into account the abysmal inequalities that are the sad mark of the country and the furious resistance that changes, even minuscule ones, tend to provoke. The emancipatory nature of the policies of social and economic inclusion cannot be underestimated. Escaping poverty means, very frequently, escape also from servile obedience. In this sense, we can say that the strengthening of state is the condition, simultaneously, for both development and democracy. 296-297. Third, the rule of law must be bolstered in order to fight diffuse criminality and organized crime, this darker side of globalization. We could say that there already exists in Brazil mass organized crime, with large organizations that dominate the peripheral neighborhoods of the urban centers. However, organized crime is not a characteristic of the poor side of the country. Organized crime traverses society and is certainly coordinated from its refined centers. In this sense, it is, fundamentally, a crime of the elite, with a wide network of agents in the banking system, commerce, and the political apparatus, the legislatures, judiciary, and local executives. The challenge here is to promote the required changes in the police and judicial systems in order to do away with its class bias, preparing them to fight crime in the most privileged sectors of Brazilian society and to respect the civil rights of the country's marginalist, the customary victims of unchecked police violence. Finally, in the area of foreign policy, Brazil must combine the role it is playing, and increasingly tends to play, by its own weight in the world with its disposition to contribute to the process of regional integration, as a condition for the realization of the potential autonomy of all the countries involved. Overcoming these challenges will not transform Brazil into a new Rome. In the end, there was something assumedly humorous in the metaphor, but it will certainly provoke a satisfactory smile on the face of the restless Darcy Ribeiro, wherever he might have gone. Notes 1. From the 1880s onward, the incorporation of immigrants from various European countries, especially Italy, was one of the components of the solution to the problem posed by the transition from slave to free labor. The inverted commas are justified, because the corollary to this process was the mass exclusion of ex-slaves from the labor market, who suddenly saw themselves thrust in the competitive world without the least bit of preparation in order to insert themselves in a stable way. 2. Under this system, an enterprise would contribute the equivalent of 9% of the wages of each employee, who in the event of a layoff could withdraw the accumulated amount, corrected according to the official inflation index and capitalized at 3% per year. References: Bomfim, Manuel, A America Latina, Males de Origem, 4th edition. Rio de Janeiro, Top Books. Bomfim, Manuel, O Brasil Naco, Piedade de Soberania Brasileira, 2nd edition. Rio de Janeiro, Top Books. 297. 298. Buarque de Holanda, Sergio, Raízes do Brasil. São Paulo, Companhia das Letras. Fernandes, Florestan, A Revalioco Bergsa no Brasil, Ensaios de Interpretação Sociológica. Rio de Janeiro, Zahar Editors. Freire, Gilberto, The Masters and the Slaves, A Study in the Development of Brazilian Civilization. Berkeley, University of California Press. Furtado, Celso, Subdesenvolvimento e Estagnação na América Latina. Rio de Janeiro, Civilização Brasileira. Furtado, Celso, The Economic Growth of Brazil, A Survey from Colonial to Modern Times. Berkeley, University of California Press. Lessa, Carlos, and Sulamis Dane, Capitalismo Associado, Algumas Referencias para o Tema Estado e Desenvolvimento, in Desenvolvimento Capitalista no Brasil, ed. L.G. Belizo and Arcutinho. São Paulo, Brasiliense. Nabuco, Joaquim, O Abolicionismo. Brasilia, Editora UNB. Prado, K.O., J.R., The Colonial Background of Modern Brazil. Berkeley, University of California Press. Ribeiro, Darcy, The Brazilian People, The Formation and Meaning of Brazil. Gainesville, University Press of Florida. Singer, Paulo, O Lado Oculto do Governo, Teoria e Debate, 61. São Paulo, Fundação Perseu Abramo. Viana, Oliveira, and José Francisco, Populacos Meridianais do Brasil, Vols I and II, 7th edition. Belo Horizonte, M.G., and Niterói, R.J., Edachea and Universidade Federal Fluminense. 298. 14. South American cleavages and Venezuela's role. Rafael Duarte Villa. The Andean region has attracted attention by the intensity of its political instability, in contrast to the more stable southern cone of South America. While the intensity may vary from case to case, it is possible to make some general observations regarding the sources and character of stability and instability in South America as a whole. South America exhibits a mixture of inequality, poverty, violence, and unemployment. The broader Latin American region began the millennium with a remarkable poverty rate, whereby 45% of the population earned up to $2 a day, and with one of the highest rates of daily violence in the world. Regional imbalances are also stark. Whereas the southern region of Brazil may give the impression of being on a par with modern advanced countries, this perception vanishes when considering the northern and northeastern regions, which are economically weak and socially very imbalanced. Even when considering countries like Bolivia, it is not surprising to find regional divisions, such as between the highlands region of gross social imbalances and the eastern region of great economic strength and quite a modern agribusiness sector. In principle, it would be possible to ascribe these asymmetries to the weakness of the traditional political agents, such as political parties and leaderships, in completing successfully the modernization process. Modernization remains incomplete in the sense that there has been an effective fulfillment neither of the land reform promise nor of industrialization through import substitution. With respect to the first problem, this dates back to the time of Simon Bolívar. The land promise to millions of needy people has always been a constant in Latin American politics. It was also the great promise of the Mexican Revolution, as well as of the democratic. 299. 299. 300. And authoritarian governments that took hold in the region since the 1950s and 1960s. At the beginning of the new millennium, it is evident that land reform, one of the main promises of the nationalist and reformist governments of the 1960s, has hardly materialized. In fact, history seems to have gone in an opposite direction. Instead of a fair and equitable redistribution of land, we are confronted with a vast concentration of land in latifundios. With respect to the second problem, it is important to remember that in the 1950s and 1960s there was an almost mystical faith in industrialization as the answer to our political and social problems. This thinking was firmly represented by the Economic Commission for Latin America. It sprang from the positivist hypothesis which held that political and social underdevelopment was a result of economic underdevelopment. Thus, industrialization appeared as the pioneer of modernity, which Latin Americans had not yet attained. At the same time, this process was to be driven by the state, in partnership with the national bourgeoisie. Oddly, although the promise was not fulfilled, Latin America grew at an impressive annual rate of 7%. But growth did not mean proper industrialization. The result was that Latin America reached the 1980s and 1990s semi- or unindustrialist, but indebted, with high rates of unemployment and inflation, increased levels of poverty, and a decline in gross domestic product growth. These decades were certainly lost decades. Thus, it is not surprising that, today, out of a total population of 530 million in Latin America, nearly 34% lives in poverty and 12.6% in extreme poverty. Latin America also leads the world in homicides, with 25 per 100,000 inhabitants in the late 1990s, as compared to 22 for Africa, 1.4 for Western Europe, and 8.8 for the rest of the world. This incomplete modernization is a highly seductive variable in explaining the reasons for the demand for political change by both organized and less organized sectors of society. But this sociological variable is not sufficient to explain political stability or instability, or why political stability coexists with political continuity in the medium and long term. Although I continue to have my doubts about the term radicalized states, with regards to both its theoretical status and its political implications, we may observe four cleavages that are behind the new wave of political radicalism in South America and which help. 300. South American cleavages and Venezuela's role. 301. Us approach the question of stability and instability. These cleavages include the following: an elite renewal through the ascent of new lefts of diverse hues, a politicization of socio-ethnic identities, a socio-political polarization of a class nature, and the politicization of foreign policies, on the basis of internal and external dynamics. Elite renewal and the ascent of lefts of diverse hues. The first cleavage in South American political systems concerns the circulation of elites. This is not explainable by generational change, that is, by the aging of traditional leaderships, such as of Raúl Alfonsín in Argentina, Paz Estenssoro in Bolivia, Rafael Caldera in Venezuela and León Febres Cordero in Ecuador, among others. This elite circulation reflects the persistence of politico-institutional and social deficits which the democratic regimes failed to address, or which the authoritarian experiences aggravated. This factor is responsible for the rise of a series of leaderships that include a moderate leftist tendency and a stronger leftist tendency fused with nationalism, as in the case of Hugo Chavez, Evo Morales, and Nestor Kirchner, but also others who, despite not having obtained electoral success, have gained some political legitimacy at the polls, as in the case of Ollanta in Peru and Manuel López Obrador in Mexico. A number of these leaderships have been called neo-populist. Although the term is inaccurate, neo-populism has been the object of interpretations ranging from the more sophisticated to the more impassioned. In its more sophisticated version, neo-populism appears as a compensatory movement to the losers of economic change in Latin America, and this can be defined as a strategic style of politics characterized by a five-point agenda, personalized leadership, not necessarily charismatic, a coalition of multi-class support, a strong top-down social mobilization, an eclectic and anti-establishment ideology, a systematic use of redistributive methods. The second interpretation involves a binary typology. Jorge Castañeda placed the new lefts in Latin America within two camps, one radical and populist, the other modern. However, the continuities between the new leaderships cannot be reduced to a new binary difference between the correct left and the wrong or bad left. Such categories have no capacity for generalization or explanation. For example, they cannot explain the immense 301, 302 disrepute of the traditional parties in Venezuela in the eyes of both the middle class and the poor. The contempt for traditional political parties in Venezuela is less related to populism than the lack of legitimacy of the political system. The above categories also cannot explain the success of a right-wing leader, such as Álvaro Uribe in Colombia, who might also be called neo-populist. The politics of socio-ethnic identities. A second important cleavage concerns the emergence of social and ethnic identities among some of the new leaderships and certain social sectors. A new element is that social and ethnic identity became congruent with political identity. From a social point of view, there seems to be emerging a very strong perception among socially excluded sectors that their time has come. Cases like that of Chavez in Venezuela, Lula in Brazil, or Morales in Bolivia indicate that social sectors, generally the poorest, view the new leaderships through the prism of social identity, such that they may even minimize the absence of broader public policies and accept welfarist policies, along with the continuity of patrimonial administration of the state apparatus, corrupt practices, and authoritarian behavior by some of the new leaderships. In the case of the Andean region, there is also a specifically ethnic dimension in the political relations established between the leaderships and excluded social sectors. This is not surprising given that, in its ethnic and demographic composition, the region has a significant number of indigenous people. This is especially so in Bolivia and Ecuador, where the proportion of the indigenous population is 55% and 25% respectively. In Peru, 45% of the population is considered mestizo. In Colombia and Venezuela the indigenous population is 1% and 2% respectively. As for the Afro-descendant population, this is very low in Bolivia and Peru, and 10% or below in Ecuador, Venezuela, and Colombia. There is a new trend emerging in the way in which indigenous sectors perceive political representation. The case of Bolivia exemplifies the argument. Since 1978, indigenous parties, the Cataristas and Indianistas, participated in electoral contests, but without success. Since the conquest of universal suffrage in the national revolution of the 1950s, the indigenous Bolivian voter had a strong tendency to vote for the revolutionary national movement. According to Andrés 302. South American cleavages and Venezuela's role 303. Aranda, his was possible because the electoral support used to be approved by the Assembly of the Indigenous Community. Thus, inside the communities the unanimous vote was above 80%. However, in the 2002 elections, the indigenous peasant sectors, led by the leftist indigenous leaders such as Morales and his party Movimiento al Socialismo, as well as by Aymara leftist Felipe Quispe of the Pachacuti indigenous movement, obtained 31% of the vote in Congress. And in the presidential elections of 2004, the MAS managed to elect an Aymara indigenous president, Morales. In the case of Venezuela, this ethnic component is also present, as it is in Peru, where the emergence of a political figure such as Humala reveals a tendency to identify the ethnic with the political. It would not be an exaggeration to affirm that this identity between the ethnic and the political has to do with the fact that the demands for legal equality by ethnic and social sectors may be better translated and mediated by the new leaderships. This hypothesis is supported by the findings of the United Nations Development Programme in its research on democracy in Latin America, which concludes that the indigenous people of the Andean regions have quite a negative perception of legal equality. Only 27.8% believe that they always or almost always manage to fulfill their rights, which is higher than in Mexico, where only 7.5% of indigenous people perceive legal equality positively. The indigenous constituencies have been emerging in the political systems and societies of the Andes and have been making two basic types of demands. The first demand is for constitutional recognition, as bearers of rights in the nation. The second is for changes in the political and legal frameworks, both at national and local levels, in which their political representation is inserted. This implies that the reform process must necessarily involve the inclusion of indigenous demands for political representation. These two demands, in turn, have resulted in political tension, given that the traditional elite created neither the conditions, nor the institutions for welfare and representation necessary to fulfill such demands. Socio-political polarization. As a consequence of the socio-ethnic cleavage, a socio-political cleavage has emerged around the new leaderships, whereby electoral preferences coincide in some cases, for example, those of Chavez. 303. 304. Lula and Morales, with the social origins of candidates. The presidential elections held in Venezuela since 1998, and in Brazil and Peru in 2006, reinforce the notion that the poorer social sectors tend to vote for leaders with popular origins, while the higher income sectors tend to vote for candidates of their own social status. In the case of Brazil, the distribution of votes in the 2006 presidential election tends to confirm a social cleavage when we correlate the votes in the first round of the elections to the Human Development Index by municipality. In 104 national municipalities with the lowest HDI, the incumbent candidate, President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, received practically 3 out of 4 votes in the first round, while in 104 municipalities with the highest HDI, Geraldo Alckmin received 48% against Lula's 37% too. In the case of the presidential referendum in Venezuela in August 2004, it has similarly been argued that the electoral results provide evidence as to how class identity functioned as a formative element of the so-called political polarization, which is expressed symbolically and territorially in the city of Caracas among voters. The official data clearly show a class cleavage. In the municipality of Libertador, home to the lower income sectors of Caracas, 68% of the voters favored no with regard to the revocation of the presidential mandate, while in the middle class and higher income municipalities, voters overwhelmingly favored the yes vote. The municipality of Sucre, which is socially mixed, confirmed the class cleavage by yielding a balanced vote, 53% versus 47% for yes and no, respectively. Nonetheless, if social identity can explain the emergence of new leaderships, it does not sufficiently explain the vote of confidence given to the new leaderships, as expressed in successive electoral victories in legislatures and the executive, as in the cases of Brazil, Venezuela, and Colombia. In the case of Lula and Chavez in the first two, the social cleavage has been accompanied by public policy initiatives with both short-term objectives, attending to the immediate needs of the more vulnerable social layers, and longer-term objectives. Chávez's public policies are perhaps exemplary. Although the missions have a strong emergency character, certain public policies, such as in health and education, have had a longer term. 304. South American cleavages and Venezuela's role. 305. Perspective. Similarly, in Brazil, programs like the School Fund, the Family Fund, and others targeting employment creation, have managed to redistribute income such that, in 2004 alone, the income of the poorest rose by more than 14%. or 3. Certainly, the relation between political stability and new leaderships also has its origin in the manner in which some of the new leaders have dealt with the problem of political violence. In the 1990s, an authoritarian populist like Alberto Fujimori managed to obtain enormous popularity in Peru on the basis of his intensive fight against the terrorist group Sendero Luminoso. In 2000, on the heels of Fujimori's success, Álvaro Uribe in Colombia went forward with his own particular crusade against guerrilla groups and drug traffickers. Uribe, also considered a right-wing populist, rose to power at the end of Andrés Pastrana's government, a time marked by economic stagnation and the outburst of political violence. Uribe defined his objective as the reunification of a country that was politically fragmented and consumed by the violence of various groups. He capitalized on the results of his policy of democratic security to receive widespread support and credit from the Colombian people for recovering the legitimacy of a state that, until 2002, was on the verge of collapse. In the trade-off between peace and security, the Colombian people, fatigued by so many years of conflict, were disposed to ignore the immense political costs of Uribe's solution, specifically the internal repression that would violate the human rights of civilians in conflict zones. On the basis of the above, we may reach a preliminary conclusion, that the leaderships that have emerged on the left in South America, whatever the qualifier used, modern, populist or nationalist, build their political legitimacy on public policies that confront social inequality, as the cases of Lula, Kirchner, Chavez, and Morales demonstrate. Meanwhile, the leaderships on the right, such as those of Fujimori and Uribe, have placed their emphasis on the fight against political violence. A final cleavage is manifest in the new models of foreign policy, which are highly politicist and substantively different among South American states. We will approach this cleavage by considering Venezuela's South American policy and the impact of internal dynamics on foreign policy. 305. 306. The impact of internal dynamics on Venezuela's foreign policy. The unfolding of certain events in domestic politics is important to understand Venezuela's position in relation to South America. At the level of ideas, the government is convinced that it is possible to convert the country to its project of 21st century socialism. Although it may not be clear what this really means, it is clear that an ideological radicalization occurred after the 2004 presidential referendum, culminating in the founding of the United Venezuelan Socialist Party in early 2007. Certainly, its close relationship with the Cuban government helps to explain the radicalization, but the latter is founded on some internal developments of greater importance. First, Chavez has a history of successful electoral confrontations. After winning the 1998 presidential elections, he was confirmed in 2000, in accordance with the transitional provisions of the Constitution of 1999, in the 2004 presidential referendum. He managed perhaps his most decisive victory over the opposition, and in December 2006, he was re-elected for a second term with almost 63% of the votes. Second, Chavez overwhelmingly controls the state machinery, both at the state and municipal levels. 19 out of 23 state governments are dominated by Chavistas. And given that in the prior elections for the composition of the National Assembly, in late 2005, the opposition did not field candidates of its own, the legislative chamber is entirely Chavista. Third, the social programs under the rubric of the Misiones, which have had a significant impact on the reduction of poverty, are still very well received by the under-resourced sections of the population. Add to this the new oil-driven cycle of consumption which has been beneficial to these social layers, as well as the split in the opposition between those that recognize the need to confront the forces of Chavismo on a democratic playing field and those that have been taken over by a culture of destabilization. The Venezuelan government has also a very strong nationalist inclination, which reinforces the ideological radicalization. This nationalism expressed itself more clearly in the beginning of the second presidential term, in the process that sought to reverse the privatizations that had occurred during the 1990s, in the last governments of the Punto Fijo Pact of Carlos Andrés Pérez and Rafael Caldera. For the announcement of the nationalization of some electricity and telecommunication companies should not. 306. South American cleavages and Venezuela's role. 307. Have surprised anyone. Despite the delay, they were realized when the moment was right, after Chávez's overwhelming re-election in December 2006 and his dominance of Congress. Thus, Chávez managed to pass the enabling law that was missing for the renationalizations. However, the impact of the renationalizations may have been more political than economic. The impact on the Venezuelan economy is likely to be small. And the loss to the multinational firms, such as the Spanish Telefónica, must also have been small. However, from a political point of view, it would consolidate the fears of foreign investors that Venezuela is not reliable regarding their capital, and it would increase the fears of the United States and Europe that Venezuela is advancing towards a nationalist radicalization. It would equally spark fears among neighboring states, especially those of Mercosur, regarding possible difficulties in dealing with a leader who takes internal measures without taking into account the impact of the integration process. This is not to lose sight of the role of ideas in Chávez's decision. Given his socialist convictions, he perceives state control over strategic sectors, such as telecommunications, electricity, the issuing of currency, or the oil strips that remain in private hands, to be fundamental. But, certainly, the success of his project will depend more on the manner in which Venezuelan society reacts, which is so socialized in liberal values and the American way of life. Activism, oil, and Venezuela's lack of strategic vision. Under Chávez, Venezuela's foreign policy began to grant higher priority to Latin America, and especially South America, which has resulted in a contradictory dynamic of cooperation and conflict, especially with Brazil, although the conflict in this case is more veiled than declared. There has been some estrangement in the Brazil-Venezuela relationship, whose inflection point was Venezuela's decisive support for Bolivia's decision to renationalize its gas and oil industry in May 2006. Also irritating to the Brazilian government has been Venezuela's interventionist behavior in the domestic affairs of South American states, especially in electoral processes, such as in the case of Peru and Ecuador. Moreover, the Brazilian government has also viewed with dissatisfaction Chávez's own attitude in establishing preconditions for Venezuela's definitive entry into Mercosur, especially Chávez's argument that Venezuela is not interested in integrating into the old Mercosur, referring to 307. 308. The strongly commercial nature of the integration of the Southern Cone up to the present. Moreover, Venezuela has supported, together with the more radical leftist governments in Latin America, such as Cuba, Nicaragua, Ecuador, and Bolivia, the regional bloc known as the Bolivarian Alternative for the Americas. But Chávez's foreign policy agenda is still wider. Chávez defends an alliance of state-owned Latin American oil companies, Petrosur, which would speed up the regional integration of the energy sector, and has further proposed, among other initiatives like the Bank of the South as an alternative to the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, a nuclear consortium among Argentina, Brazil, and Venezuela, the development of a Mercosur gas pipeline, the integration of Latin American armed forces, and the creation of a regional defense alliance that would exclude the United States. He has also supported the creation of Petrocaribe and Telesur. In the wider global context, Chávez continues to slam the United States in his speeches as he simultaneously strengthens his ties with China, Russia, and Iran, with which he supports a multipolar world. What are the roots of this intense diplomatic activism? It is necessary to clarify that Venezuelan foreign policy activism has been a constant throughout the democratic period that began in 1959. In the 1960s, the Social Democratic Venezuelan President Romulo Betancourt, the great architect of Venezuelan democracy under the Punto Fijo Pact, became notorious for his diplomacy of proclaiming the so-called Betancourt Doctrine, which denied recognition to any government that came to power on the basis of foul play. In the 1970s, the government of Social Democrat Carlos Andrés Pérez, architect of the nationalization of the oil industry in 1976, always nurtured the dream of becoming one of the main leaders of the Third World. Chávez's government has given continuity to this tradition since the beginning of 2000, that is, a tradition of coveting a role as a regional player which does not correspond to its power resources, or its geographic or demographic size, or the size of its internal problems. Apart from Venezuela's traditional activism, which some authors even date back to the times of Simón Bolívar, it is not surprising that oil resources have been mobilized as a political instrument to serve a hemispheric foreign policy, that is, for the realization of political projects of regional influence, or 308. South American cleavages and Venezuela's role 309. As a bargaining chip. This is the second constant in Venezuelan foreign policy. During the 2 decades of the Punto Fijo Pact, the greatest volume of oil income was directed towards Central America and the Caribbean. In so doing, Venezuela competed with Mexico for regional influence, although this competition had outstanding moments of cooperation, such as the San Jose Treaty, which supplied oil to Central American and Caribbean countries at prices protected from the contingencies of the world market, and the Contadora Group, in which Colombia and Costa Rica also took part, which played a frontline role in the mediation of the armed conflict in Central America in the 1980s. The novelty of the foreign policy of the Chávez period is that, on the one hand, Venezuela no longer has a strong competitor in Mexico, whose foreign policy activism ceased in the early 1990s, and on the other, it has redoubled its interests in Central America and the Caribbean, through the intense relations with Cuba and the creation of Petrocaribe in 2006 as an instrument of aid and cooperation. At the same time, a further novelty is Venezuela's growing interest in playing a protagonist role in South America, thereby also confronting Brazil's agenda in the region. This objective combines the mobilization of ideological elements with pragmatic political resources. The image of a man moved by ideas and a Bolivarian historical mission has nurtured suspicions among domestic sectors in some South American countries, such as Brazil, Chile, and Peru. The most cooperative of objectives with regards to South America have often been confusing, as was the case of the failed proposal of an oil pipeline that would cross South America from Venezuela to Argentina. This amounted to a lack of strategic vision, a deficiency nurtured by Chávez's personalist style. Just like in domestic politics, in foreign policy Chávez could justly claim that foreign policy is me. It is true that Chávez inherits a tradition that is, in fact, constitutionalist, and that strongly tends to concentrate foreign policy making in the hands of the President of the Republic. But the personalism of Chávez in foreign policy can only be compared to the first government of Carlos Andrés Pérez. The lack of strategic vision in foreign policy is reflected in the constant change of foreign affairs ministers, which does not allow for the consolidation of aims and procedures in the ministry. The concentration of power is very possible in presidential regimes, but it does not necessarily imply constant changes in its bureaucracy. Until mid-2007, 6. 309. 310. Chancellors had passed through the Casa Amarilla under Chávez. Chávez also inherits a foreign policy apparatus whose diplomatic and bureaucratic corps are hardly professionalist, when compared to that of the Itamaraty in Brazil, for example. None of Chávez's chancellors have been career diplomats. In addition, the paucity of strategic vision has caused tensions with other South American governments, especially those with which, in theory, the Venezuelan government would have an ideological affinity, such as that of Brazil. Chávez's foreign policy for South America has led to the revisiting of some common liberal ideas which postulate that governments of states with similar political regimes tend to be more cooperative with each other, while governments with different political regimes tend to be more antagonistic. Liberal thought conceived of this as the theory of democratic peace, which, since Immanuel Kant, has affirmed that democratic governments do not go to war with one another. We may twist this theoretical premise to say that leftist governments with substantial ideological coincidences should tend to be more cooperative with each another, even if the content of their leftism may be of different intensity. With the current trend of emerging leftist governments in Latin America, and especially in South America, this notion made a great deal of sense. It was expected that the strategic goals of South American countries, such as regional integration, would find a more favorable environment among leftist governments. This was a strong bet by Brazilian foreign policy makers in relation to the new nationalist governments with leftist hues, such as that of Chávez in Venezuela. 5. Tensions within South America. In principle, the overlap of positions between the Brazilian and Venezuelan governments tended to confirm the premise regarding the higher convergence among governments of similar political character. These coincidences were not few. Amado Luis Servo summarized this close diplomatic relationship some 2 years after the beginning of the Chávez administration. Effectively, insofar as differences of style in external action is concerned, no other South American country presents, compared to Brazil, in the beginning of the millennium, so many common variables in its vision of the world and in its external strategy as 310. South American cleavages and Venezuela's role. 311. Venezuela. The convergence establishes itself within the following parameters: the concept of asymmetrical globalization as a correction to the concept of beneficial globalization, the political and strategic concept of South America, the reinforcement of a robust central nucleus in the national economy as a conditioner of global interdependence, the prior integration of South America as a conditioner of hemispherical integration, a perception about the harmfulness of ALCA, in the case of its establishment without prior conditioners and without effective commercial reciprocity, reservations towards the military aspect of Plan Colombia, repudiation of any North American military presence and overflights in the Amazon, the decision not to privatize the oil sector. Servo also highlights that during the administrations of Caldera, Chávez, and Cardoso, from 1994 to date, the personal effort of the heads of state was the main engine of cooperation that was enhanced in the spheres of political and economic action. What then has changed, and what is the limit of this change? First, it is necessary to say that the differences between Brazil and Venezuela are at a level that can still be treated diplomatically. But the differences are not of diplomatic style, they are substantive. Certain issues are no longer relevant in the original overlap, for example, with the almost definitive freezing of the ALCA project and the multilateral efforts of Brazil to secure a position adequate to its status as a middle power in the asymmetric globalization, 2 points that offered good arguments for a solid bilateral relation vanished. But the substantive causes of differences are to be found on the binomial of ideas and interests that now dominate the Venezuelan elite in power and the manner in which the latter views its role in South America, which does not coincide with Brazilian ideas. The distancing of Brazil and Venezuela reveals some important differences. First, South American countries, even if they appear to have a certain ideological convergence, they do not have a common foreign policy project. Within the different hues of left politics that exist in South America, that span a spectrum from the more radical to the center-left, there appear to be 3 foreign policy projects, one represented by the founding states of Mercosur, which, despite successive crises and different government styles, agree that it is necessary to maintain the autonomy of the bloc with a positive agenda towards the United States, a second project. 311. 312. Which is more orientated towards a strong relationship with the United States, and is advocated by Chile and Colombia. 6. And a third project, which is the perspective of the ALBA bloc, that is, a more radicalized proposal that includes 3 Andean countries, Venezuela, Bolivia, and Ecuador, but whose main promoter is the Venezuelan government. Another important aspect revealed by the diplomatic estrangement is the existence of substantive differences between Venezuela and Brazil in their conception of the process of integration. There is a strong difference over what the political nature of the regional integration process must be. Venezuela conceives of the integration process as resting on a foundation that is not only economic but also profoundly political. It also conceives of the integration process as anti-capitalist, in accordance with its vision of 21st-century socialism, which differs from the moderate center-left view, which places a strong emphasis on the commercial nature of the integration process and which is sustained by Brazil and the rest of the original Mercosur nations. As Carlos Romero, an important scholar of Venezuelan foreign policy, has observed, this alternative model of integration proposed by Venezuela is concerned with defining an integration that in the medium term is based on non-capitalist foundations, in the exercise of a participative democracy, in the promotion of an economy that combines state property with social and cooperative property, and in the regulation and reduction of foreign direct investments. Actually, ALBA was in principle an initiative of the Cuban president, Fidel Castro, but it found in Venezuela its most enthusiastic proponent and financial supporter. ALBA was initially conceived of as an alternative to the ALCA project promoted by the U.S. government. Its declared objective is to widen integration and resist U.S. influence in the region, on the basis of the elements mentioned above by Romero. Perhaps the alternative character of ALBA will sooner or later come into conflict with the more pragmatic Mercosur. During the first meeting of the member states of ALBA in mid-2007, the Venezuelan government sent clear signs of this estrangement by announcing the creation of the Development Bank to fund joint projects among ALBA members. And in a clear reference to Mercosur, Chavez himself said that we are forced to advance more rapidly every day and in a more precise way. Meanwhile, the members of the treaty have already sketched out for 312 South American cleavages and Venezuela's role. 313 the future, the institutional structure of the integration mechanism, aspiring to turn ALBA into a confederation of states. Perhaps the premises on which this alternative model of integration is based could explain the ambiguous and vacillating discourse that the Venezuelan government has adopted since the first semester of 2007, that sets as a condition for its definitive entry in Mercosur the profound reformulation of the latter, as it is no longer of interest to Venezuela to join the old Mercosur, as the president calls it. The Venezuelan president could have been signaling the possible withdrawal of Venezuela's candidature, since his vision of a substantive Mercosur would be based on ideological alignments, in addition to a substantive and structural convergence of interests. On the other hand, although Fidel Castro continues to be an important reference for part of the Latin American left, Venezuelan leadership would find, without a doubt, more space for action in a bloc like ALBA. In fact, until now ALBA subsists on the basis of the mobilization of Venezuelan oil resources, capable of subsidizing the oil consumed by Cuba and part of the social programs underway in Bolivia, Ecuador, and Nicaragua. In other words, ALBA is a kind of foreign policy clientelism that works on the basis of the exchange of influence for oil. Meanwhile, this foreign policy clientelism has received very little enthusiasm from key countries like Argentina, from which Venezuela purchased 5% of its external debt in 2006, and with which it signed important energy agreements in 2005. In the Argentine case, the discrepancy between the enormous cooperation efforts by the Venezuelan government and the small returns for its plans of an alternative integration project is an additional reason for Chavista presidential diplomacy to prefer substantive agreements based on ideological preferences. But why would Chavez's diplomacy turn into an interesting victory, as was the case with the signing of the Mercosur Adhesion Protocol in 2006 to become an integral member of the bloc, in a fleeting passage, without objective results for the country? When the Venezuelan government decided to abandon the Andean Community of Nations in 2006, the argument was that the community had been weakened by U.S. interference through commercial mechanisms, such as in the areas of trade promotion and drug eradication, a free trade proposal which had already been signed by Colombia and Peru, and additionally through military and political mechanisms, such as Plan Colombia, which is seen as a future bridge for U.S. intervention in Venezuela. 313. 314. The Venezuelan government did not have such strong arguments to pull out of Mercosur, of which, in any case, it is not even a full member. The accusations against the Brazilian Congress of being a parrot of North American imperialism, or even the deadlines given to Brazil and Paraguay to approve the definitive entry of Venezuela into Mercosur, 8 was no more than ambiguous rhetoric showing lack of a strategic vision by the Venezuelan president. 9 This resulted in internal problems for the heads of state of Mercosur, and especially for Lula, who was strongly criticized by certain sectors for supporting the entry of a country whose president is perceived as a threat to internal democratic principles and who constantly violates the most basic principles of non-intervention in the internal affairs of other nations. 10 Nonetheless, the lack of strategic vision, which is partly explainable by the absence of a more professionalist and less politicist structure at the helm of the Foreign Affairs Ministry and partly also by the voluntarism of presidential diplomacy, does not lead the Venezuelan executive to lose sight of certain strategic objectives for the country. It must not be forgotten that since the last days of the Puntofagista democracy, Venezuela defines South America as an important alternative for the diversification of its economic and political relations. And with the arrival of Chavez to power, Mercosur was defined as a strategic objective by Venezuela. Either because of pragmatism or because such an objective is still valid for Chavista diplomacy, Chavez showed signs of understanding what was at stake for Venezuela. The visits by the Venezuelan ambassador to the Brazilian Congress in July 2007, and the statements made at the same time by the president himself excusing the Brazilian executive for the delays in Congress, attenuated the estrangement between the two countries. The Venezuelan ambassador, putting aside his ideological convictions, expressed that here was no intention whatsoever by President Chavez to give an ultimatum to Congress. The fact is, there is a Venezuelan market interested in joining Mercosur. 11 The dynamics of approximation and distancing between Venezuela and Brazil must be considered in a series of broader aspects. The first aspect to be considered is the pressure by Chavez on the internal political institutions of the Venezuelan opposition. Certainly, given the doubts and reservations, especially in the United States and in the European Union, raised about the uncertainties created by Chavez's internal policies with respect to the Venezuelan democratic. 314. South American cleavages and Venezuela's role. 315. System. The proximity of Lula to the Venezuelan leadership could eventually affect Brazil's image negatively. But the episode that involved Venezuela, the Brazilian Congress, President Lula himself and Itamaraty can be interpreted as a message sent by the Brazilian government to other governments, that even though Brazil remains politically close to Chavez's Venezuela, it does not approve of internal actions by Chavez that would destabilize domestic institutions in the opposition. At the same time, Brazil may fulfill an important role in relation to Venezuela, exercising a moderating power to the Chavista excesses against Venezuela's internal political institutions, given that it is well known that Brazil, since Fernando Henrique Cardoso's second term, remains one of the few countries to which Chavez tends to listen, even in times of diplomatic tension. The second aspect to be considered has to do with the commercial question. This theme is quite complex because, even if Brazil wishes to distance itself politically from Chavez, this would be contrary to the Brazilian foreign policy of transforming South America into the principal area of Brazilian exports. It should be recalled that in late 2006, South America represented over 20% of Brazilian exports, just below that of the European Union, which was at 22%. With respect to Venezuela specifically, until the government of Cardoso in Brazil, trade with Venezuela was hardly dynamic or significant. But in the last 4 years, Venezuelan imports from Brazil have acquired an unprecedented dynamism. Brazil's trade with Venezuela is growing faster than that with the other South American countries. In 2006, Brazil became Venezuela's second most important commercial partner, displacing Colombia. Today Brazil is second only to the United States. And certainly the trade balance is favorable to Brazil. Of the $4.2 billion negotiated in 2006, Brazil exported $3.5 billion, while Venezuela exported only $600 million. Similarly, some internal policies by Chavez, especially in the food and civil construction sectors, are favorable to Brazilian capital and certain states of the Brazilian Federation. For example, states like Amazonas and Roraima have in Venezuela their main export market for their timber, while the state of Parana and private firms like Sadia export huge amounts of food, especially chickens, that are destined for the popular markets created by the Chavez government. Finally, over the last 5 years, Venezuela has been an important destination for Brazilian finance through the BNDES, which has enabled 315. 316. Brazilian building contractors to carry out some of Venezuela's main public works, such as the construction of bridges and the enlargement or construction of new subways in various cities of the country. The third issue involved in the relations between Venezuela and Brazil has to do with regional leadership. In this case, we certainly cannot speak of approximation but, on the contrary, distancing. And the highlight of this distancing was certainly Bolivia's renationalization of its gas and oil sector in May 2006. This moment is symbolic in the relations between Brazil and Venezuela, not only for the participation of Venezuela in the consultations over the Bolivian nationalization decree, but also because Venezuela's participation revealed 3 relevant aspects of its foreign policy for South America. First is that Chavez had a real influence over certain politicians in the region, especially in the Andean countries of Bolivia, Ecuador, and Peru. That which may possibly concern the Brazilian government most is that this influence might not be exercised in a responsible manner, in which case it could lead the Venezuelan government to lose sight of the political consequences of openly interventionist postures, as occurred in Ecuador and Peru during their presidential elections. Second, although the nationalist reaction among some Brazilian opinion makers called for more drastic measures against Venezuela for its role in the renationalization of the Bolivian oil, the Brazilian government was not so totally naive as to overlook that states, even when they preach cooperation and integration, simultaneously pursue an egoistic agenda. For over 2 decades, whichever Venezuelan elite has been in power has always sought to promote the internationalization of its oil sector. Even though the last Punto-Figista governments of the late 1980s had a different philosophy on the functioning of democracy, the model was one of representative democracy and not participative. As in the Chavez era, there is a line of continuity in the objective of internationalizing Venezuelan oil that runs through Chavez's governments. Thus, Chavez, despite his sharp criticisms of the United States and of neoliberalism, never seriously proposed winding down Citgo, a subsidiary of PDVSA in the United States, or Viva Oil in Germany. In all cases, his policy has always gone towards restructuring these subsidiaries and articulating their functions with the new government philosophy, before getting rid of them. 12. 316. South American cleavages and Venezuela's role. 317. Thus, the renationalization of Bolivian gas and oil presented an opportunity for the Venezuelan state to promote its policy of internationalization, given that it would mean the expansion of trade and investment for PDVSA, the only Latin American oil company with high technology and investment portfolios capable of competing with the Brazilian Petrobras. However, the manner in which this was done was diplomatically disastrous because it clashed with Brazilian interests, just as Venezuela appeared to be the South American country with a foreign policy close to that of Brazil. Also, the Venezuelan government opted for promoting its own business interests in South America, at the expense of the cooperative discourse and projects, such as the proposal to create a South American superstate company, Petrosol. In addition, Venezuela took advantage of the old image of Brazil as sub-imperialist, which re-emerged among sectors of Bolivian society and which identified Petrobras as the ultimate expression of this behavior. 13. Finally, Chavez has shown significant capacity to assume economic and diplomatic initiatives which clash with Brazil's aspirations for South American leadership. This fact has awakened Brazil's perception that Chavez is serious about building a project of regional leadership, that he is not just an ally, but also a potential competitor. In practice, this capacity to take initiatives has included the purchase of part of the foreign debts of Argentina and Ecuador, the proposal for financing Bolivian gas and oil production, the proposal of a southern pipeline, 14, and the latest proposal for creating a funding organ known as Bank of the South. Added to these is Chavez's financial assistance to the electoral campaigns of candidates close to his ideas in countries that have recently held elections, such as Mexico, Nicaragua, Peru, and Ecuador. Chavez seems to have turned himself into an inexhaustible factory of regional initiatives. All in all, the consequence has clearly been an increase in the Venezuelan government's political influence, which has become a constant reference in domestic political affairs in the countries of the Andean region and Mercosur. Such activism may have nourished Chavez's belief that he could transform himself into the latest and most outstanding leader of the Latin American left, as a Fidel Castro replacement. Despite some diplomatic setbacks, like the Southern Pipeline and the Bank of the South, if the Venezuelan leadership carries on with its initiatives, Brazil has little chance of neutralizing Venezuela in the short term, because Chavez's Venezuela has something that Brazil does not, the flexibility of using or providing huge economic. 317. 318. Resources rapidly. 15. For its part, Argentina is less concerned with regional leadership and does not give priority to neutralizing Venezuela's activism. At the least, the mobilization of Venezuelan resources leaves certain countries like Argentina with less possibility of playing a critical role against Venezuelan initiatives, even against those acts which constitute intervention in the internal affairs of neighbors or that destabilize the long-term project of regional integration. It is also true that the Venezuelan government takes advantage of the great discrepancy between discourse and concrete action on the part of Brazilian diplomacy. In this sense, Brazil has a problem similar to that of the United States. It offers much on a discursive level to South American countries and very little on the level of concrete initiatives. In contrast, the Venezuelan government, among its initiatives, has used a social agenda that serves to legitimize itself internally, through public policies like the misiones to affirm itself externally. The export of the social agenda as a diplomatic bargaining chip works well with some South American partners, like Bolivia and Ecuador, to which it has exported its social cooperation programs in collaboration with Cuba. Even the initiatives of the George W. Bush government seem to recognize, paradoxically, that the social cooperation initiative is correct, and the Venezuela-Cuba pair must be neutralized in the field of social initiatives. In his last visit to South America, Bush defined as one of his objectives the support for programs in education, health, and housing. According to the U.S. President, the amount of $385 million was to be allocated to family housing programs in Mexico, Brazil, and Chile. Countries like Brazil and Argentina promise investments and social aid initiatives, and open their markets to South American products in the medium term, while Chavez invests, assists, and buys in the short term. Conclusion. The activism of Venezuela in South America, heavily charged with nationalism and commonplace references of the traditional left, encounters resistance in some countries of the region, while the pragmatism of the Venezuelan leader keeps the doors open for cooperation. This is true both for the countries with ideological affinities to Chavez, and for those without them. With regard to the group of South American countries as a whole, the reaction to Venezuela's activism in Brazil and in some other countries has 318. South American cleavages and Venezuela's role. 319. Served to show the Venezuelan government the limits of its external actions based on oil and the export of ideas. But Venezuelan leadership is also complex. Take, for example, the case of Colombia, despite diplomatic tensions between Colombia and Venezuela in early 2008 when the Colombian army invaded Ecuadorian territory in order to eliminate members of the FARC, this has not impeded the signing of treaties for the development of energy integration or the coincidence of positions in some multilateral forums, like the Organization of American States. Currently, the two are constructing a binational gas pipeline, an investment of $100 million that will unify western Venezuela with Colombian territory. But the main dilemma of Chávez's diplomacy is to decide whether to opt for the leadership of a group with little capacity to influence substantively the external agendas of South America, this being the case of ALBA, or to participate in a bloc of countries, specifically Mercosur, in which its leadership aspirations will have to pass through the maze of interests and expansive regional tactics of more heavyweight countries like Brazil and Argentina. Alternatively, in the last instance, it could assume the moral leadership of social movements in South America, an option of limited ambitions, not only for the Venezuelan leader but also in light of historical precedents in Venezuelan leadership, marked by surges of grandeur in regional foreign policy. With few political resources but with an excess of economic resources, the Venezuelan leadership has acted with little strategic vision of what must be an exercise in cohabitation and use of consultative mechanisms with its South American neighbors. On the other hand, however, the Venezuelan leader has not lacked in pragmatism, and this could be positive in relations with South American countries, insofar as it helps him to understand the limitations of an activist agenda based strictly on values. Notes. 1. See the Interpol database at www.interpol.in/public/ICPO/General Assembly AGN 73/gallery.asp. 2. See http://noticias.terra.com.br/ELEICOS2006/interna/0,EI6652,00. HTML, accessed on October 12, 2006. 3. See www.fgv.br/cps/simulator/impacto_2006/IC239.pdf, accessed on October 12, 2006. 4. The Punto Fijo was a pact among liberal political elites that governed between 1959 and 1990. 319. 320. 5. It is important to remember that the left in Venezuela only ascended to power during Chávez's administration, which was incorporated as one of the fractions in power, the other fraction being the military. 6. In Colombia's case, this convergence is based on ideological, security and economic reasons, while in Chile's case, it is based less on ideological and more on economic reasons, mediated by the convergence of the Chilean elite with the United States regarding the modus operandi of their insertion into the global markets. 7. Quoted in Chávez Propo Pacto Milita na Alba, o Estado de São Paulo, June 8, 2007. 8. Argentina and Uruguay had approved Venezuela's entry as a permanent member by July 2007. 9. In July 2007, the Venezuelan president even signaled Venezuela's return to CAN, on the condition that Colombia and Peru ended their negotiations for a free trade agreement with the United States. 10. However, in 2009, the Brazilian Congress finally approved the entry of Venezuela into Mercosur. 11. See Folha online, www.folha.uol.com.br, accessed on July 21, 2007. 12. The new management philosophy of PSA is to serve as an instrument of social policy by means of the social investment fund of the company, through which the government finances most public policies within the ambit of the misiones. 13. According to Moniz Bandera, this negative image was construed since the 1950s, by means of funding of nationalist sectors by multinational oil firms that feared competition with Brazil in the future. See interview with Moniz Bandera, Seria difícil para Chávez sustentar cualquier guerra, a THIRD, July 8, 2007. 14. The Venezuelan government seems to have halted this project on announcing, in late July 2007, that it would not go on with the initiative, which was facing resistance by South American partners. See O Estado de São Paulo, July 28, 2007. 15. Not surprisingly, President Lula, during an interview with the BBC, in the context of the regional debate on Venezuela's decision not to grant a concession to the private television station RCTV, called Venezuela a regional partner. This change in diplomatic terminology could mean that Brazil no longer views Venezuela as a strategic ally, as in the recent past. And certainly one cannot call a country that is disputing one's regional leadership a strategic ally. References: Aranda, Andrés, A Questão Étnica e Cultural na Política Boliviana no Cenário do Pós-Guerra Fria, PhD thesis, University of São Paulo. Castañeda, Jorge, Latin America's Left Turn, Foreign Affairs, 85, 28-43. Sepal, Anuario Estadístico de América Latina y el Caribe, http://website eclac.cl/anuario_estadístico/anuario_2008/esp/index.asp. Servo, Amado Luis, A Venezuela e os Seus Vizinhos, Revista Cena Internacional, 1, 7-10. 320. South American Cleavages and Venezuela's Role 321. Iturralde, Diego, Pueblos Andinos en América Latina y Reformas Neoliberales, Anuario Social y Político de América Latina y el Caribe, Flaxo/Nueva Sociedad, No. 4. Lodala, German, Neopopulismo y Compensaciones a los Perdedores del Cambio Económico en América Latina, Diálogo Político, 21. Buenos Aires, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Maya, Margarita López and Luis Lander, Venezuela, M. Derecho ao Socialismo do Século XXI, Política Externa, 15, 7-22. PNUD, A Democracia na América Latina, Rumo a uma Democracia de Cidades e Cidadãos. São Paulo, Programa das Nações Unidas para o Desenvolvimento. Romero, Carlos, Venezuela en el Contexto Global, Mimio. Sierra, Rosara, Tensions y Conflictos entre las Ciudades que se globalizan y los Estados Nacionales, Estudio de Caso de Caracas, Venezuela, Mimio. Venbras, Revista Brasileira de Câmara Venezuelana Brasileira, 3, 2-5. Villa, Rafael Duarte, Dos Etapas en la Política Exterior Venezolana frente a Estados Unidos en el periodo de Hugo Chávez, Cuadernos del Cens, 21, 21-45. Villa, Rafael Duarte, Los Países Andinos, Tensions entre Realidades Domésticas y Exigencias Externas, in América Latina a comienzos del siglo XXI, Perspectivas Económicas, Sociales y Políticas, ed. G. Dupas. Rosario, Homo sapiens edition. Villa, Rafael Duarte, A Política Externa Venezuelana de Chávez para a América do Sul, entre a ideologização das identidades e as necessidades do pragmatismo, Análise de Conjuntura, 10, 2-32. Villa, Rafael Duarte, and Ostos M. del Pilar, As Relacos Colombia, Países Andinos e Estados Unidos, Visos M. Torno da Agenda de Saranca, Revista Brasileira de Política Internacional, 48, 86-110. 321. 322. Conclusion. 323. 324. 15. National states, which way forward? Samir Emin. Global capitalism is actually a complex construction of states, peoples, and nations, and social classes articulated around a capital/labor conflict which defines the essence of capitalism. As such, conflicts between states and classes are interwoven in a close relationship of interdependence. The interdependence of social struggles in the various countries of the world therefore depends on how the dominant blocs will exploit the margins of maneuver at their disposal on the international scene. This for its part will depend on the content of their political and social projects. The establishment of global alliances of dominated classes which constitute the objective of creating a better global alternative is therefore confronted with serious obstacles which must be analyzed carefully. The states and societies of Africa, Asia, and Latin America are fully integrated into the process of globalization. They are in no way marginalized, as is often hastily concluded, especially with respect to Africa. Indeed, Africa is even more integrated than the other regions of the world, even though it occupies a lower position in the global hierarchy. In all cases, the national question today is a direct consequence of the history of global integration. The national question, in turn, due to the nature of global integration, remains confounded by the agrarian question, on which depends the future of the peasant communities of the peripheries, nearly half of humanity. Global really existing capitalism is imperialist in nature. The objective foundations of the diversity of globalist capitalism, the diversity of the social and political conditions of the states constitutive of the world system, stems from the types of developments. 326 Conclusion. Which define the global expansion of capitalism. Subjected to the demands of accumulation in the center, social groups of the peripheries have never been part of the central position occupied by proletarian workers in the general production network. The victims of the system are the peasant communities, which are integrated and subjected to the logic of imperialist expansion, as are, in varying degrees, many other classes and social groups. Moreover, the history of the making of each country, be it dominant or dominated, has always been characterized by features which are unique to each. As such, the hegemonic blocks of classes and interests that have enabled capitalism to assert its domination, as well as the victims of the system that have established, or tried to establish, in order to face the challenges, have always been different from country to country and from one period to another. This evolution has shaped specific political cultures, setting up in their own ways, value systems and traditions of particular expressions, organization, and struggle. These diversities are equally objective, just like the cultures through which they are expressed. Thus, the development of the forces of production, through scientific and technological revolutions, has for its part dictated changes in the organization of work and various forms of its subjection to the demands of capitalist exploitation. All these different realities prohibit the reduction of political actors to the bourgeoisie-proletariat conflict. Capitalism is founded on a market integrated in its three dimensions: market for the products of social labor, capital markets, and the labor market. But really existing capitalism as a world system is based solely on the global expansion of the market in its first two dimensions, as the establishment of a real global labor market is hindered by the persistence of state barriers at the detriment of economic globalization, which is, as such, always limited. For this reason, really existing capitalism is necessarily polarizing at the global level, and the uneven development it creates is the most violent and growing contradiction of modern times, which cannot be overcome within the framework of the logic of capitalism. Development and underdevelopment are two faces of the same reality. The dominant discourse that associates capitalism with the affluence of the countries of the center and qualifies others as retarded has no scientific basis. Consequently, national liberation struggles of the people in the peripheries have always been, objectively, in conflict with the logic of capitalism. They are anti-systemic, although 326. 327. Evidently, in different degrees in accordance with the conscience of the actors and the radicalism of their projects. This situation calls for a long-lasting transition to global socialism. If capitalism has set the foundation of an economy and a planetary society, it is, however, unable to carry out the logic of globalization to its conclusion. Socialism, conceived as a qualitatively higher level of humanity, can, for this reason, be considered universal. However, its construction will have to go through a very long historical transition, requiring a strategy of negation of capitalist globalization. In terms of a political and social strategy, this general principle means that the long transition requires an obligatory and inescapable passage towards a national popular society based on an autocentric national economy. Such a process is contradictory in every aspect. It associates the criteria, institutions, and operational modes of a capitalist nature with the social aspirations and reforms which are in conflict with the logic of global capitalism. It also associates external forces with the demands for progressive social transformation which conflict with dominant capitalist interests. Due to their historical nature, governing classes generally formulate their visions and aspirations within the perspective of really existing capitalism. Willingly or not, they subject their strategies to the constraints of global capitalist expansion. This is the reason why they cannot really envisage delinquing. Such a vision is left to the popular classes that must use political power to transform their conditions and liberate themselves from the inhuman consequences to which the polarizing expansion of capitalism subjects them. The strategic choices of the states and movements of the dominated masses in Africa, Asia, and Latin America must be appreciated on the basis of these criteria. Autocentric and peripheral accumulation. Autocentric development constitutes, historically, a specific feature of the capital accumulation process in core capitalist countries which conditions the modalities of the resulting economic development and is led mainly by the dynamics of internal social relations, reinforced by the external relations at their service. By contrast, capital accumulation in the peripheries is mainly derived from the evolution of the countries of the center, in a type of dependence. The dynamics of the autocentric model of development are founded on a major articulation, one which brings into a close interdependence the expansion of the production of capital goods. 327. 328 Conclusion. With that of the production of goods for mass consumption. To this articulation corresponds a social relationship whose main terms are constituted by the two fundamental blocks of the system, the national bourgeoisie and the world of labor. Autocentric economies are not closed in themselves, on the contrary, they are aggressively open to a world system molded, by them, to enable their own political and economic intervention. However, the dynamics of peripheral capitalism, by definition, the antinomy of autocentric capitalism, are founded on another major articulation which associates the capacity to export, on the one hand, to the consumption, imported, or locally produced by import substitution, of a minority, on the other. This model defines the comprador nature, by contrast to the national, of the bourgeoisies of the peripheries. This contrast results in a divergent tendency, the integration of nations in the centers, where centripetal forces prevail in the process of autocentric accumulation, and a permanent threat of disintegration in the peripheries, due to the centrifugal forces of dependent accumulation. This explains why warlords operated in China in the past, as they do in Africa today. Imperialist policies encourage such tendencies, instrumentalizing them with arrogance and cynicism, invoking in the process the right to interference, humanitarian intervention and the right to self-determination. External and internal colonialism. The center-periphery contrast is inherent in the global expansion of really existing capitalism at all stages of its deployment. The imperialism that is specific to capitalism has assumed different forms, depending on the specific features of the successive phases of capitalist accumulation: mercantilism, classical industrial capitalism, the aftermath of the Second World War and the ongoing globalization. Beyond the specificity of each of these phases, really existing capitalism has always been synonymous with the conquest of the world by the dominant powers. It is therefore no surprise that colonialist dimensions constitute an important element in the establishment of the political cultures of the nations concerned. Nevertheless, the articulation of this colonialist dimension to other aspects of the political culture is specific to each of the regions and countries in question. For Europe, colonialism was rather 328. 329. External, while in America and South Africa it was internal, a very significant difference. In this analysis, colonialism is a special form of expansion of imperialist powers based on the subjection of conquered nations to their political power. Colonization is external, where the metropolis and the colonies are distinct entities, even if the latter are integrated into the political space dominated by the former. The imperialism in question is capitalist in nature and should not be confused with other, previous, forms of the eventual domination practiced by one power over other people. The argument that treats the imperialism of modern capitalism in the same way as Roman imperialism does not make much sense. Multinational states, such as the Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman and Russian empires, and the USSR, are also distinct historical phenomena. In the USSR, for example, financial transfers went from the center, Russia, to the Asian peripheries, the inverse of what is the rule in the colonial system. Capitalist colonialism concerns, in the first instance, the Americas, conquered by the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the English and the French. In their respective American colonies, the ruling classes of the colonial powers set up specific economic and social systems, conceived to serve the accumulation of capital in the dominant countries of the time. The asymmetry between Atlantic Europe and colonial America is neither spontaneous nor natural, but perfectly constructed. The submission of the conquered Indian societies falls within this asymmetry. The grafting of the trafficking in slaves onto the system was equally intended to consolidate its effectiveness as a peripheral system, subjected to the demands of accumulation in the major countries of the period. Black Africa, the source of the enslaved, was transformed into the periphery of the American periphery. Colonization was rapidly deployed beyond the Americas, through, inter alia, the conquest of English India and Dutch India, and thereafter, towards the close of the 19th century, the conquest of Africa and Southeast Asia. Countries not completely conquered, China, Iran, and the Ottoman Empire, were subjected to unequal treaties which properly qualified them as semi-colonies. Colonization is external when viewed from the metropolitan countries, the most industrialist and advanced in terms of social modernization, itself conquered by the democratic struggles of working class and socialist movements. However, these developments never benefited the people of the colonies. Slavery, forced labor, and other forms of super-exploitation, as well as administrative brutality. 329. 330 Conclusion. And colonial massacres, have marked this history of really existing capitalism. One should therefore be speaking of a veritable black book of capitalism which counts dozens of millions of victims. Such practices, frankly, have also had certain devastating consequences in the metropolitan countries themselves. For they have provided the basis for the racialization of the cultures of the ruling elites and even the popular classes, which has legitimated the divergence between democracy in the metropolitan countries and brutal autocracy in the colonies. The exploitation of the colonies benefited capital as a whole, while metropolitan powers derived benefits in accordance with their position in the global hierarchy. Britain defended its hegemony by exploiting the sheer size of its empire, at the same time as Germany aspired to catch up. Internal colonialism was the result of specific combinations of settler colonialism and the requirements of imperialist expansion. The process of primitive accumulation in the centers assumed the form of a systematic expropriation of the poorer layers of the peasantry, which created an excess population that local industrialization was never fully able to absorb. This, in turn, created powerful pressures for emigration. Subsequently, the demographic revolution associated with social modernization, manifest in the decline of death rates over birth rates, reinforced the same emigration pressures. England furnished the precocious example of such an evolution with the generalization of enclosures from the 17th century onwards. The United States created in its evolution a new capitalist imperialist center with its own internal colony. The late abolition of slavery did not in any way wipe out this internal dichotomy, but endowed it with a new form associated with the massive migration of blacks from the American South towards the industrial cities of the North, which was followed by that of poor people from European regions hit by capitalist development. One finds similar features in Latin America and South Africa. Internal colonialism in Latin America led to political and social consequences similar to those generated by colonization in general, racism against blacks and contempt for the Indians. This internal colonialism was challenged directly only in Mexico, where, for this reason, the revolution of 1910-20 constitutes one of the great revolutions of modern times. The legacy of internal colonialism is, perhaps, on the verge of being challenged in the Andean countries today, with the rebirth of 330. 331. Contemporary indigenous claims, but of course in a new local and global conjuncture. In South Africa, the first case of settler colonialism, that of the Boers, was more in line with establishing a pure white state by the expulsion of Africans rather than their subjection. By contrast, it was the British conquest which set as its objective the subjection of Africans to the demands of the imperialist expansion of Britain, primarily by the establishment of mines. Neither the former settlers, nor the new arrivals were authorized by the metropolis to establish themselves as autonomous centers. After the Second World War, the Boer apartheid state sought to do this by asserting its power over its internal colony, essentially the black population. They, however, did not succeed in their mission, given their numerical disadvantage and the growing resistance of the subjected people, who eventually triumphed. The powers in place after the fall of apartheid inherited this question of internal colonialism, but without having been able to find a radical solution, to this day. But the victory has constituted a new chapter in history. The South African case is particularly interesting from the point of view of the effects of colonialism on political culture. This is not only because internal colonialism here is visible even to the blind, or because it produced the political culture of apartheid. It is also because the communists in this country arrived at a lucid analysis of what really existing capitalism was all about. In the 1920s, the South African Communist Party was the promoter of the theory of internal colonialism, incidentally, a theory adopted in the 1930s by a black leader of the Communist Party in the United States, but not followed by his white comrades. The party reached the following conclusion, that the high incomes of the minority whites and the incredibly low incomes of the majority blacks were two sides of the same coin. Taking the argument a bit further, the Communist Party even attempted to make an analogy with the situation holding within the British Empire by contrasting English wages and labour earnings in India. For the SACP, as for Third International of the time, these two sides of the same question, at the heart of really existing capitalism, were inseparable. The SACP theory of internal colonialism arrived at the conclusion that, at the level of the global capitalist system, colonialism, though considered external by major imperialist powers, was evidently internal. The SACP and the Third International internalised this conclusion in the political culture. 331. 332 Conclusion of the left. And this broke radically with that of the socialist left of the Second International, whose political culture denied this association inherent to the global reality. I have argued that South Africa is a microcosm of the world capitalist system. It brings together on its territory the three components of the system: a minority, in the imperialist centers, benefiting from the rent of its advantageous position, plus two majority components, almost evenly split between an industrialist third world, analogous to the emerging countries of today, and an excluded fourth world, analogous to the non-industrialist regions of contemporary Africa. Whatever the actual proportions may be between the numerical size of the populations in these three components and their per capita income, they are almost the same as those which characterize the current world system. This fact undoubtedly contributed to the lucidity obtained by the SACP at the time. This political culture today is lost, not only in South Africa, with the rallying of the SACP behind certain Bonalisa theses on racism, but also on a world scale, with the social democratic co-optation of the majority of the communists. It is important to add that internal colonialism and accumulation by dispossession are still going on before our very eyes in Palestine, where the Palestinian people continue to face extermination, much like the Redskins of America. We may ask the question, is the contemporary global system evolving towards a new generalization of types of internal colonialism? The deepening of the social crisis in the peripheries, which harbor the peasantries of the world, that is, half of humanity, brought about by the generalist offensive of capitalism, engenders a gigantic migratory pressure that could come to compensate for the relative demographic stagnation of the countries of the Triad. The hypothesis of a generalist internal colonialism that would characterize the future phase of global capitalism remains debatable, given the real political and ideological resistance to the adoption of such a model in Europe, which would imply the institutionalization of racism. However, the communitarian model inspired by the United States appears to constitute a very real danger of an Americanization of Europe. The deployment of imperialism translated from 1492, and during the ensuing 4 centuries, in the conquest of the world by Europeans. The peoples of Asia and Africa, American Indians who survived the genocide, and later the new nations of Latin America and the Caribbean, had to adjust to the demands of this subjection. This globalist deployment of capitalism/imperialism constituted for the peoples concerned the greatest tragedy in human history, thus demonstrating the destructive character of the accumulation of capital. For this reason, capitalism cannot be but a parenthesis in history, whose further deployment would lead to barbarism. It is an unsustainable system in the long run, not the end of history. This is so, not only for ecological reasons, tardily acknowledged, but, above all, for the devastating effects of the commercialization of individuals and the peoples rendered useless. The catastrophe manifested itself in the destruction of entire peoples and the numerical reduction of non-European peoples from 82 to 63% of the world's population from 1500 to 1900. The catastrophe of some was simultaneously the delight of others. Accumulation by dispossession of entire populations enabled not only the creation of wealth for the dominant classes of the Ancien regime, but above all, the administrative and military strengthening of European centers. The Industrial Revolution at the end of the 18th century would have been unthinkable without this first period of imperialist deployment. On its part, the military superiority of the New Europe lifted 19th century capitalism to its apogee. The North-South gap widened, the apparent wealth ratio rising from 1:1.3 in 1800 to 1:40 today. The law of pauperization formulated by Marx manifested itself even more violently at the systemic level than the father of socialist thought could have imagined. This page in history has now turned. The people of the peripheries no longer accept the fate reserved for them by capitalism. This fundamental change in attitude is irreversible. This means that capitalism has entered the phase of its decline. A decline initiated in the 20th century by the Revolution of 1917, followed by the socialist revolutions of China, Vietnam, and Cuba, and by the radicalization of national liberation movements in the rest of Asia and Africa. 333. 334 Conclusion. The concomitance of the rise of the periphery and the decline of capitalism is not coincidental. Of course, this does not exclude the persistence of various illusions, that of reforms capable of giving capitalism a human face, that of a possible catching up within the system, which nourishes the dreams of ruling classes in the emerging nations, exhilarated by the success of the moment, and that of a backward-looking salvation, a trap into which many among the excluded have fallen. Such illusions appear tenacious because we are passing through a low point. Although the revolutionary wave of the 20th century is over, the modern radicalism of the 21st century is still to come, and as Antonio Gramsci wrote, in the twilight of transitions there will be monsters. The awakening of the peoples of the peripheries in the 20th century is manifest not only by their demographic growth, but also by their expressed will to reconstruct their states and societies, which have been disarticulated by the imperialism of the 4 preceding centuries. Bandung and the first globalization of struggles. The governments and peoples of Asia and Africa proclaimed at Bandung in 1955 their will to reconstruct the world system on the basis of the recognition of the rights of nations previously under domination. This right to development constituted the foundation of the globalization of the period, implemented within a negotiated multipolar framework, and by imposing constraints on imperialism, which was forced to adjust to the new demands. As I have repeatedly argued, the progress of industrialization initiated during the Bandung period was not the result of the logic of imperialist deployment, but was imposed by the victories of peoples of the South. Such progress undoubtedly nurtured the illusion of catching up, which appeared to be underway, while imperialism, obliged to adjust to the demands of development in the peripheries, was recomposing itself around new forms of domination. The old contrast of imperialist-dominated countries, which was synonymous with industrialist-unindustrialist, gave way, gradually, to a new one founded on the centralization of advantages associated with the 5 new monopolies of imperialist centers: the control of modern technologies, natural resources, the global financial system, means of communication, and weapons of mass destruction. 334. 335. The Bandung period is also that of African Renaissance. Pan-Africanism should be situated within this perspective. Initially the product of the American diasporas, Pan-Africanism achieved one of its main objectives, the independence of the countries of the continent, if not the other, their unity, as Mkandawire has put it. It is not by chance that African countries are involved in renovation projects inspired by socialist values, for the liberation of the people of the peripheries is inscribed necessarily in an anti-capitalist perspective. There is no reason to denigrate these numerous attempts on the continent, as is the case today. Even the hated regime of Mobutu managed in 30 years to create educational capital in Congo that was 40 times higher than what the Belgians achieved in 80 years. Whether we like it or not, African countries are at the beginning of the formation of veritable nations. And the trans-ethnic options of the ruling classes favored such a crystallization. Ethnic deviations came later, caused by the erosion of the Bandung models, leading to the loss of legitimacy of powers and a recourse to ethnicity by some so as to reconstitute power in their own interests. New era, new challenges. As we have argued, the center/periphery contrast is no longer synonymous with industrialist/unindustrialist. But the center/periphery polarization, which gives the expansion of capitalism its imperialist character, is still underway, and is deepening, by means of 5 new monopolies from which the imperialist centers maintain their advantage. In such conditions, the pursuit of accelerated development projects in emerging peripheries, which has had an indisputable immediate success, does not abolish imperialist domination. Instead, this deployment sets up a new center-periphery contrast. Imperialism can no longer be conjugated in the plural, as in the previous phases of its deployment. It is, henceforth, a collective imperialism of the triad. In this way, the common interests of the oligopolies, which have their roots within the triad, triumph over conflicts. This collective character of imperialism can be seen in the control of the world system by the common instruments of the triad. At the economic level, there are the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. 335. 336. Conclusion. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development and the European Union. At the political level, there are the G7/G8, the armed forces of the United States, and their subaltern instrument represented by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, while the marginalization/domestication of the United Nations completes the picture. The deployment of the hegemonic project of the United States, put in motion by the military control of the planet, is interwoven with collective imperialism and gives the American leader the means to overcompensate for the US's own economic deficiencies. Objectives and means of a strategy to develop convergence in diversity. The people of the 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Latin America, are confronted today with a project said to be neoliberal and globalist, but which is nothing else but the construction of apartheid on a world scale. The new imperialist order in place will be challenged. But who will challenge it? And what will be its outcome? Without a doubt, the self-image of the dominant reality does not permit imagining an immediate challenge to it. The ruling classes of the countries of the South, defeated, have largely accepted their positions as subaltern compradors. The people crippled, engaged in the struggle for daily survival, appear to accept their fate, or, even worse, nurture new illusions which these same ruling classes shower on them, with political Islam being the most dramatic example. However, from another angle, the rise of movements of resistance and of struggle against capitalism and imperialism, the successes recorded, at least in electoral terms, by the new leftist governments in Latin America and Nepal, the progressive radicalization of many of these movements, as in Zimbabwe, as well as the increasingly critical positions taken by governments of the South within the WTO, are proof that another world, a better one, is effectively possible. The offensive strategy necessary for the reconstitution of the Front of the Peoples of the South requires the radicalization of social resistance against the offensive of capitalist imperialism. The governing classes in some countries of the South have visibly opted for a strategy that is one neither of passive submission to the 336, 337 dominant forces in the world system nor of declared opposition. It is a strategy of active interventions on which they base their hopes of accelerating the development of their countries. China has been better equipped than others to positively exploit this option and to draw unquestionably brilliant results. But these are due to the solidity of the nation-building project that the revolution and Maoism produced, by the choice to preserve controls over its currency and the flows of capital, and by its refusal to challenge the collective ownership of land. Can this experience be followed elsewhere? And what are some of the possible limits? An analysis of the contradictions inherent in this option has led me to conclude that the project for a national capitalism capable of obtaining equality with the dominant powers of the world system is very much an illusion. The objective conditions inherited from history do not permit the implementation of a historic social compromise of capital/labor/peasantry to guarantee the stability of the system, which, for this reason, would drift to the right and be confronted by growing popular resistance, or otherwise evolve towards the left by constructing a market socialism as a stage in the long transition to socialism. The apparently similar options formulated by the governing classes of other so-called emerging countries are even more fragile. Neither Brazil nor India, because they did not experience radical revolutions as in China, are able to resist effectively the combined pressures of imperialism and reactionary local classes. Meanwhile, the societies of the South, or at least some of them, now have the means to reduce to naught the 5 monopolies of imperialist countries. They are capable of developing on their own, without falling into dependence. They have the potential to master the technology that would permit its use for one's own purposes. They can also compel the North, by recuperating the use of their natural resources, to adjust to a less harmful consumption mode. They can equally exit from financial globalization. They have already begun to challenge the monopoly over weapons of mass destruction that the United States intends to preserve. They can develop South-South exchanges, of goods, services, capital, and technology, which could not have been imagined in Bandung in 1955 when all these countries were deprived of industries and the mastery of technology. More than ever before, Delinking is within the realms of the possible. 337. 338 Conclusion. Can the societies of the South achieve this? And who will achieve it? Will it be the ruling bourgeoisies in power? I strongly doubt it. Will it be the popular classes that have come to power? Perhaps they can, as a first measure, by consolidating the transitional regimes of national popular character. The agrarian question is at the heart of the problems to be resolved, and this constitutes the central axis of the national question. The capitalist path of the private appropriation of land by a minority and the exclusion of others is a path entirely borrowed from Europe. But this was only feasible there thanks to the possibility of massive emigration by the peasantry. Capitalism is unable to resolve in the same way the peasant problem of the peripheries today, whose peasantries constitute half of humanity. To do so, the peripheries would need at their disposal 4 Americas for their emigration. The only alternative is the peasant path, founded on access to land for all peasants. In fact, the possibility of progress on this basis is potentially higher than that of the capitalist path. For if the growth in productivity of modern farmers, who are few in number, were to be divided amongst the millions who become useless, it would appear much more modest than is imagined. The peasant path is one of socialist orientation, to recall the Chinese and Vietnamese formula, which is superior and the sole guarantor of the solidity of nation building. National states, which way forward today? According to the dominant discourse of the day, the national state can no longer be the place for the definition of the major choices that determine the evolution of the economic, social, and even political life of societies, due to the globalization produced by the expansion of the modern economy. There is, therefore, no alternative, as Margaret Thatcher used to say. In reality, there are always other alternatives which, depending on their character, will endow the national state with functions and define its margin of maneuver within the world system. The effective response to the challenges facing societies can only be discovered if one understands that history is not determined by the infallible deployment of the laws of pure economy. History is the product of the social responses to the tendencies expressed by these laws, which in turn define all social relationships within the framework in which these laws operate. Anti-systemic forces. 338. 339. If one could label as such the organized, coherent, and effective refusal of a unilateral and total subjection to the intentions of these laws, shape real history as much as the pure logic of capitalist accumulation. They determine possibilities and forms of expansion which are thus deployed within the framework in which they are organized. The state may be, as is presently, the unilateral mouthpiece of the interests of the dominant interests of transnationalist capital, or its subaltern comprador allies. In such a conjuncture, the role of most countries has been reduced to the maintenance of internal order, while the superpower exerts alone the responsibilities of a sort of para-world state. The United States thus disposes alone of a large margin of autonomy, while the others, none. But, evidently, the development of social struggles can bring to power alternative hegemonic blocs, based on compromises between social interests known to be diverse and divergent, capital-labor compromises in the capitalist centers and national popular democratic blocs in the peripheries. In such a case, the state would retrieve a large margin of maneuver. It is necessary to strive for this to happen. The older world systems were always multipolar, even if such multipolarity had never truly been equal. For this reason, hegemony has always been a desired ambition of states, rather than a reality. Hegemonies, even when they have existed, have always been relative and provisional. The partners of the multipolar world of the 19th century were scarcely the hegemons of their time, always in struggle against one another. We might add that, within the contemporary triad, there are probably those who remain nostalgic of that epoch of balance of power politics. But this is not the multipolarity desired by the majority of the peoples of the planet. The multipolar world inaugurated by the Russian Revolution and later imposed, partially, by the liberation movements in Asia and Africa, was of a different nature. We cannot analyze the post-war period in the conventional terms of bipolarity and Cold War, which deny the countries of the South and the advances they made their rightful place. I see this multipolarity within the terms of a fundamental civilizational conflict which, beyond distorting ideological expressions, concern the conflict between capitalism. 339. 340 Conclusion. And the possibility of its overcoming by socialism. The ambitions of the peoples of the peripheries, whether they obtained a socialist revolution or not, to abolish the effects of polarization, are inscribed necessarily in an anti-capitalist perspective. Multipolarity is thus synonymous with the real margin of autonomy of states. This margin will be used in accordance with the social content of the state in question. The Bandung period enabled the countries of Asia and Africa to forge new paths, which I have analyzed in terms of autocentric development and delinking, in accordance with the national populist project of power ushered in by national liberation. There is certainly a link between the internal conditions defined by the social alliance of the national liberation project in each country and the favorable external conditions whereby the East-West conflict would neutralize the aggressiveness of imperialism. I am referring here to an autonomy which is, by definition, relative independence, whose limits are determined jointly by the nature of the national project and by the margin of maneuver permitted by the world system. The question of autonomy remains very present and pressing. In this regard, there is a tendency in schools of international political economy and world economy to deny the importance of the margin of maneuver in question, and reduce it to naught. In other words, they restore the view that within the system of globalization the whole determines the parts. I prefer an analysis which restores the autonomy social and political struggles, national and international. The post-war period has drawn to a close. The current deployment of the collective imperialist project of the Triad and, within this, the hegemony of the United States, abolishes the autonomy of the countries of the South and reduces them to associates of Washington within the imperialist Triad. The current moment is characterized by the deployment of a project of U.S. hegemony on a world scale. This project is the only one that occupies center stage today. There is no longer a counter-project to limit the spaces subjected to the control of the United States, as was the case in the post-war period. The USSR has come undone, while the European project, beyond its original ambiguities, is itself fading out. The countries of the South, which once had the ambition to mount a common front against Western imperialism, have renounced it. For its part, China is going it alone, interested only in protecting. 340. 341. Its national project without becoming an active partner in the transformation of the world. The collective imperialism of the Triad is the result of a real evolution of the productive system of capitalist countries which has produced not the emergence of transnationalist capital, as Hart and Negri would have it, but the solidarity of the national oligopolies of the centers of the system expressed in their desire to jointly govern the world for their own profit. But if the economy brings together the countries of the Triad, politics divides their nations. The deployment of social struggles can thus challenge, particularly in Europe, the role the state plays at the exclusive service of big capital. Within this hypothesis, one would expect once again to see the emergence of a new polycentrism which would accord Europe a margin of autonomy. But the deployment of the European project does not fall within this framework, necessary to bring Washington to reason. In reality, this project is nothing but a European wing of the American project, with the Constitution project itself stuck in the dual option of neoliberalism and Atlanticism. The potential borne by the conflict of political cultures, effectively calling for an end to Atlanticism, remains mortgaged by the options of the left majorities, which rally behind social liberalism. These two terms are in themselves contradictory, given that liberalism is by nature non-social, indeed, antisocial. Russia, China, and India are the three major strategic adversaries of the Washington project. The ruling governments in these three countries will increasingly become conscious of this. But they still seem to believe that they can maneuver without directly colliding with the U.S. administration, or even take advantage of their friendship with the United States in conflicts between one another. The common front against terrorism, to which they appear to subscribe, sows such confusion. The double game of Washington is clearly visible here. The United States, on the one hand, supports the Chechens, Uyghurs, and Tibetans, while on the other hand, it waves the flag of Islamist terrorism in order to rally Moscow, Beijing, and Delhi behind it. This double game seems, more or less, to be working up to now. A Eurasian rapprochement, which would certainly carry with it the rest of Asia and 341. 342 Conclusion. Africa and isolate the United States, is certainly desirable. There are some signs in this direction. But we are still very far from seeing the end of Europe's Atlanticist choice. Can countries of the South play an active role in the necessary defeat of the U.S. military project and ambition? The peoples that have been attacked are, presently, the only active adversaries capable of curbing the ambitions of Washington. Even so, and partly because they are the only ones active, and feel it, their methods of struggle remain of questionable effectiveness, while their fundamentalist appeals do not elicit the solidarity of the peoples of the North in their rightful struggle. Meanwhile, the generalist comprodorization of dominant classes throughout the South leads us to conclude that no great contributions will be made by them in this struggle, or those likely to be in place in the near future, even if they are evidently fundamentalists. These governments are caught between the endless arrogance of Washington and the hostility of their peoples towards the United States. Is there anything they can really do other than to accept their fate? For the time being, the South in general no longer has its own project, as was the case during the Bandung era. No doubt, the ruling classes of the so-called emerging countries have objectives they have set for themselves and which their countries are working to achieve. The objectives can be summarized by the maximization of growth within the globalization system. These countries have, or believe they have, a power of negotiation that will permit them to benefit more from this egoistic strategy than from a vague common front formed with countries weaker than them. But the advantages they might obtain are specific to particular domains of interest to them, and do not take issue with the general architecture of the system. They are thus not an alternative, and they do not endow this vague and illusory project of national capitalism with the consistency that defines a veritable societal project. The most vulnerable countries of the South do not even have analogous projects of their own, and the eventual result of substitution does not merit to be qualified as such. Thus, it is repeatedly the North that takes the initiative for them, such as in the EU-ACP Association, the Euro-Mediterranean Dialogue or the 342. 343. American-Israeli projects with regards to the Middle East, and even the Greater Middle East. The challenges facing the building of an authentic multipolar world are more serious than what many of the anti-globalization movements can imagine. The most immediate challenge is to defeat Washington's military project. This is the inescapable condition to open up the necessary margin of freedom, without which any social and democratic progress, and any advance towards a multipolar world, will remain extremely vulnerable. Because of its inordinate nature, the U.S. project will ultimately fail, but certainly at a terrible human price. The resistance of its victims, the peoples of the South, will be reinforced to the extent that the Americans get bogged down in multiple theaters of war in which they will be compelled to engage. Such resistance will end up defeating the enemy, perhaps by awakening public opinion in the United States, as was the case with the war in Vietnam. It would, however, be better to stop the catastrophe sooner, which international diplomacy can do, above all if Europe grasps the weight of its responsibility. In the longer term, another globalization implies challenging the options of liberal capitalism and the management of the planet's affairs by the collective imperialism of the triad within the framework of an extreme Atlanticism, or of its rebalanced version. An authentic multipolar world will not become a reality unless the following four conditions are met. First, that Europe genuinely advances on the path of another Europe that is social and that it initiates its disengagement with its imperialist past and present. This implies, obviously, more than simply exiting from Atlanticism and extreme neoliberalism. Second, that in China, the path of market socialism is not swept away in the strong currents of the illusory construction of national capitalism, which will be impossible to stabilize as it excludes the majority of workers and peasants. Third, that the countries of the South rebuild a common front, a necessary condition which will permit a margin of maneuver for popular classes not only to impose concessions in their favor, but also to transform the nature of the powers in place, substituting dominant comprador blocs with national, popular, and democratic blocs. And fourth, at the level of the organization of the systems of rights, national and international, that there is advance in the direction of building respect for national sovereignty and for all rights, individual and collective, political and social.